Good morning. I will now call the May 24th San Diego County Board of Supervisors regular and flood control district meeting to order. I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. Before I call the roll, I would like to note for the record that Supervisor Anderson is unable to attend today's meeting due to illness. With that, I'll call the roll. Supervisor Lawson-Remer. Here. Supervisor Desmond. Here. Vice Chair Vargas. Here. Chair Fletcher.
Fletcher here. We will begin with the invocation. The invocation will be delivered by Reverend Dr. Beth Johnson, Palomar Fellowship. I ask everyone to please rise. Thank you for joining us this morning.
So happy to be here, Chair Fletcher, Vice Chair Vargas, Supervisors. It's good to be with you. I'm glad to join you this morning here on the land of the Kumeyaay people. I acknowledge and honor the tribal land of these in this county. As we begin, I invite you to take a breath with me. Beginning our time together, breathing in and being present in this time, remembering that the breath connects us to all that ever was and all that will ever be. Spirit of life, spirit of love, spirit of beloved community, we gather together to be of service to our community. Be with the supervisors in their good work for the common good. We're grateful for their service and for the public who participates. Keep within the heart of each one here and all who will engage a love for the poor, the oppressed, the sick, the forgotten, the neglected, and those in need. Keep within the heart of each a love for the cause of the welfare of all life and a dedication to enriching the lives of all people. Keep before us all the principles of justice, equity, and compassion. Guide all present here, especially these, our officials, in our labor to maintain and strengthen our public lives. Spirit of life, spirit of love, may each breath be a reminder of your presence and your power, wisdom and grace, inspiring vision, and bold, creative, and brave action as together we build the beloved community. In the name of all that is holy, we pray. Amen. And blessed be.
Thank you so much for joining us. Please remain standing. The Pledge of Allegiance will be delivered remotely by Betty Fletcher's third grade class from McGill School of Success. Let's welcome our third graders to our meeting today. How are you all? Good. Are you ready for a great day of school? Yes. We are honored to have you all join us and say the pledge in our meeting. So we will turn it over to you all. Take us away.
Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day at school.
Thank you.
We will now proceed with our proclamations. I'll give the first proclamation to the Asian Solidarity Collective, and accepting the proclamation will be Dr. DJ Cutton Candy. The month of May is Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. This is a month we pay tribute to the generations of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders for their resiliency and contributions to our entire community. And today I'm proud to recognize the Asian Solidarity Collective. This is a very important organization in our region that has contributed significantly to engaging and activating in the local API community. Asian Solidarity Collective was founded 6 years ago with the mission to uplift Asian American socially justice consciousness and to build Asian solidarity with Black, Brown, Indigenous, LGBTQ+, and people with disabilities. They are a powerful and inspiring grassroots collective that has impacted the lives of so many with the work that they have done and the work we know that they will do into the future. This includes education, community building, collective action, encompasses policy and civic engagement, leadership development, rapid response efforts, training, direct actions, and advocacy. Currently, they have a membership base of over 630 members that participate in their ongoing organizing campaigns and in their trainings. During the last 2 years, as the Asian American community has faced both COVID-19 pandemic and simultaneously faced a surge of anti-Asian racist violence and rhetoric, the Asian Solidarity Collective found new ways of caring for and connecting with their members and with one another and with the broader community. They responded to the urgent and immediate needs of the community through their resources, their information, and by simply being there for one another. Through their work, the Asian Solidarity Collective reminds us all about the tremendous power of community, the importance of taking care of each other, and the basic belief that we are all in this together and we need to look out for one another. I am incredibly grateful for the work that they have done, and it is my great honor to provide a proclamation in honor of the Asian Solidarity Collective. Thank you for your commitment to our community. Thank you for the work that you are doing. And therefore, be it proclaimed by myself, Chair Nathan Fletcher, along with all the members of the County Board of Supervisors on this 24th day of May, 2022, that we commend Asian Solidarity Collective for your service and leadership, and do hereby declare this day to be Asian Solidarity Collective Day throughout San Diego County. Congratulations.
Thank you so much for this great honor. We accept this on behalf of our Asian Solidarity Collective and all of our members. Not all of us could be here today, but I definitely want to recognize Stacy, Piggy, Doom, and Lon. And we also accept this on behalf of the diverse everyday people and communities that we serve. May this serve as a reminder that this is a responsibility to do right by our communities, to center those most impacted, which includes our disabled, LGBTQIA+, Black, Brown, Indigenous, people of color communities. Grassroots organizing is what got us here. Movement building is what got us here. Base building, going door to door, working alongside with them. Every one-on-one with every person counts, because this is how we ensure that the work is community-led. We must believe in grassroots organizing, because as an organization that started with 5 queer femmes of colors, we are here because we did this with the people and working alongside them. Our work to be in solidarity is not perfect, because solidarity is an everyday practice of consciousness. This has never been about perfection, but about getting us to freedom for all oppressed peoples. We see you every day doing the work. We are doing this alongside of every single one of you. Thank you for this great honor, and we are deeply, deeply honored and really, really happy, and we hope to see you out there on the streets in action towards our collective freedoms. Thank you.
All right. Come over this way. Come back here. Even out. There you go.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all very much. Thank you so much. Our next proclamation will be from Supervisor Joel Anderson in absentia and myself, honoring Tiffany Jokhurst, California Teacher of the Year, and accepting this proclamation will be Tiffany Jokhurst. Did I say it? Thank you very much. Teaching is no doubt among one of the most challenging professions that exist. My wife and I have 5 kids, and I'll tell you, I don't know how you do it. I can't manage 5. I don't know how you manage a whole classroom of folks. Most teachers will tell you it's also one of the most rewarding experiences. To have the opportunity to be such an integral part of the development of a life, of the pursuit of knowledge, of not just the academic aspect of teaching, but the social development of teaching. Teachers have long had a revered place in our society that I really think that we need to not lose sight of, the critical role that they play, the trust as parents that we give to the teachers, that we are entrusting you with our little ones, and we are entrusting you not just with their education, but with their care and their development. Teachers shape the minds of students, help them find a world of opportunity and possibility. They provide hope and compassion and empathy. They provide some stern guidance and direction when they get off track. And they do it all with a tremendous grace in incredibly difficult situations. We also know that the last 2 years have been incredibly hard, not just on our kids and our parents, but on our teachers, trying to manage and teach and learn through Zoom. As we got through that and we came back, we inherited a whole new series of challenges about catching up and reorienting and reconnecting and coming back together. And so I think it is appropriate that we really take a moment as a county to highlight and lift up a truly exceptional teacher in Tiffany Jokhurst. She teaches math and engineering at Santee's West Hills High School in the Grossmont Union School District. She was not only selected as one of 5 2022 San Diego County Teachers of the Year, but one of 5 2022 California Teachers of the Year, not just a recognition for our county, but a recognition for our entire state. And I was struck by an interview that Tiffany did with the Union Tribune, where she shared a whole bunch of wonderful things, but I want to read you one quote. She said, "I was lucky to have teachers in my life who provided support and stability in an unstable time in my life. I knew from an early age I wanted to provide a place of stability and support for others that my teachers provided for me. I became a math and engineering teacher because of the curiosity and wonder these subjects provided, but also because I saw the need for more female role models in this area of study." And I was struck by my own experience in a period of instability, how that classroom was the one place I had, and the one place that meant the most to me, and how I didn't want to go home at the end of the day. I didn't want to leave that place and the role that the teachers played. But also the second thing about math and engineering, and the huge challenges we have about getting more girls into math and engineering, into science and STEM and doctors and chemistry and all of those fields. And so I think that what you provide to your students as a role model and inspiring them is something that will pay dividends for generations and generations to come. And I know that one day alone cannot possibly pay tribute to what we owe and appreciate our teachers, but we hope that this recognition today and celebration of your accomplishment and your leadership role in the entire state of California can not only inspire you, but all of the teachers that are out there. And so on behalf of myself and all the members of the Board of Supervisors, we commend Tiffany Jokhurst for outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to the citizens and children of San Diego County, and do hereby declare this day Tiffany Jokhurst Day throughout San Diego County. Congratulations, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you. I'll keep this very short. Thank you for the support of the Board of Supervisors for today. Feeling supported as a teacher is incredibly important, and everybody in this room has made me feel both valued and supported. I am truly honored to represent San Diego County teachers and all the wonderful things that they're doing in their classrooms on a daily basis at the state level. It's truly been a wonderful experience, and I thank every one of you. Thanks.
You have someone who wants to come up? Come on up. Come on up. The husband should come up. Don't get in the picture. Don't take the picture. You might need your iPhone after all.
I know, hold on.
That's better.
Sorry. Okay, good. All right, one more. Okay, beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Thank you. Our third proclamation will be from Vice Chair Nora Vargas, honoring Foster Care Month, and accepting the proclamation will be Mary Jo Meir.
Good morning. Strengthening families and focusing on their well-being is vital to building strong communities, and preserving families is the primary goal of the child welfare system. Resource parents, including relatives and non-related extended family, play an important role in supporting biological parents and helping them enhance their relationship with their children to achieve family stability and maintaining family connections in support of family and reunification. In San Diego County, there are approximately 2,000 children and youth in foster care. Our responsibility is to make sure that every young person who leaves the foster care system in San Diego County has a permanent, lifelong connection with a caring adult, so they have a loving, caring foundation that can help them reach their full potential. The County of San Diego urges everyone to volunteer their time and talents on behalf of children in foster care, and to support and recognize the commitment of resource families and professional staff who work with our children and youth. Through partnerships with families, child care welfare staff, and public and private agencies, there is a collaborative effort to ensure that children and youth in San Diego are supported and also are successful. In these extraordinary times, we honor the endearing contributions of all of those who have invited children in need into their hearts and into their homes, and recognize the outstanding service and commitment resources and kinship families provide to children and youth throughout our region. Therefore, on behalf of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors, we proclaim and recognize May 2022 as Foster Care Month throughout San Diego County. Accepting this proclamation are some of our incredible CWS staff, including Dr. Kimberly Guardian, Director, where is she? Oh, there you go. You gonna come up here? Director of Child Welfare Services, Lilian Alcera, Deputy Director of Child Welfare Services, and we also have resource parent mentors joining us today, and then our HHS Director, Nick Maccioni. I wanted to say thank you very much for everything that you do for our kids. Without all of you, they would not have the love and compassion that they really need and deserve. So thank you so much for everything that you do.
Hi, thank you. This is Brenda Jones. She's actually on my board. I'm going to say thank you very much. My name is Mary Jo Meir. I'm actually the president of our Foster Parenting Association in El Cajon. We, as resource families, are continually evolving based on the needs of the children in foster care. As Child Welfare Services applies Family First Act prevention, we look forward to the implementation and working closely with CWS as they meet the needs of the children in our homes. As trained resource families, our foremost goal is to successfully reunify families. If we can move forward with helping to keep the children in our homes, then we will truly be successful. Resource families understand promoting reunification, as we resource parents understand the promotion of the importance of family structure by modeling family living. Resource parents are open to accepting children from diverse and different cultures. This allows relationships to form that mirrors a larger blended family. The stability and permanency is a connection with at least one committed adult, which includes the biological parents through reunification and/or important individuals in the child's life who are committed to the child through fostering, adopting, and guardianship. Resource parents provide strength-based engagement with the children in their care and know what it takes to keep the children in foster care with permanent, lifelong relationships. Every day, resource parents provide safe, nurturing homes for children who cannot be with their birth families due to the abuse or neglect. We appreciate your recognition for all the hundreds of resource families that open their homes to children in need. Thank you.
Thank you all, and thank you for all of the work you do. Our next proclamation will be from Vice Chair Nora Vargas and Supervisor Lawson Remer, honoring open heart leaders. Accepting this proclamation will be April Astor.
The month of May is nationally recognized as Mental Health Awareness Month and has been observed since 1949. Each year, millions of Americans face the reality of living with a mental illness. And every year, healthcare workers and advocates fight stigma around mental health, provide support, and educate the public. Mental health is an incredibly important part of our overall health. Today, I'm so proud to join Supervisor Lawson Remer to acknowledge the work April Astor with Open Heart Leaders has done to create a space for individuals to health, thrive, and develop their strength by restoring broken networks and elevating resources in marginalized communities. April Astor started Open Heart Leaders almost 20 years ago. It's impossible, you're like really young. I'm like, how'd you do that? When she was a student at Alabama A&M University, and she brought in her work becoming the only African-American female-led organization to provide full wraparound services focused on mental health and education. Open Heart Leaders has expanded their services even during the pandemic to include mentoring, counseling, life coaching, mediation, and other services. The County of San Diego is committed to recognizing and honoring those organizations that are dedicated to the best ideas of public service, much like Open Heart Leaders. We're so proud to recognize you today. And before we give you the proclamation, I'm going to have my colleague join and say a couple of words.
Thank you. It is my honor to present this proclamation alongside my colleague, Vice Chair Vargas. Open Heart Leaders is the only African-American female-led organization in San Diego providing these full wraparound services that's focused on mental health and education. I know that you and your team strive to approach every situation with an open heart, and you specialize in helping people from diverse backgrounds align your heart and your head. Your work is particularly important in our county, San Diego, where we have one of the highest recidivism rates in California. 64% of our local jail inmates experience mental health problems. And unfortunately, the connection between mental health and incarceration is all too well documented. That's why it's so vital that Open Heart Leaders creates a space for individuals to heal, thrive, and restore broken networks, all things people need to do to get their lives back on track. I so value the trusted services you offer, the life skills courses, and the counseling, without the stress of worrying about finances and so much more. This proclamation is very timely. As my colleague mentioned, this is Mental Health Awareness Month. And while mental health awareness is something we should always uplift, it is especially important this year after all the challenges we have undergone as a community during the pandemic. Secondly, tomorrow is George Floyd Day of Remembrance. It's been 2 years since George Floyd was murdered. Not only are we still facing challenges to address systemic racism in our country, we're still dealing with people of color being murdered in cold blood, from the Buffalo supermarket mass shooting targeting Black individuals to the Orange County church shooting targeting Asian individuals. People are scared, sometimes even fearful to go to the grocery store. So we are all feeling collective grief and trauma right now. I'm so thankful that organizations like Open Heart Leaders are on the ground helping our BIPOC youth. So let me say this clearly. We have to start trusting our small community organizations to do the big work. And Open Heart Leaders, April, and your mental health counselors are doing the big work. I applaud the efforts of Open Heart Leaders and our own Health and Human Services teams and all the others who are being a bridge and saving lives literally every single day. Thank you, April, and all your colleagues for being here. This is hard work, but it is work that comes from the heart. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I just want to say thank you for this opportunity. I want to recognize my board. My childhood mentor, Ms. Beverly Anderson. I want to recognize my colleague, Dr. Vanjie Akridge, who's a licensed educational psychologist. I want to recognize my other board member, Cherie Jones, who's also an entrepreneur in the community, and one of my counselors, Kendrick Dow. And I'm introducing my board and the Unicorn Squad, because we definitely produce magic in the atmosphere when we hit the scene. And so I just want to say that our goal is changing the face of mental health, because we all struggle with some form of mental health, whether in the schools, in the families, in the churches, in everywhere. And so I just want to thank you guys for seeing us today and acknowledging us and all the work that we have been doing and that we'll continue doing, even when no one knows it. So thank you.
So now we would like to proclaim this day. Oh, wait, what do we say, Nora?
So on behalf of the members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors, on this day, on this 24th day of May 22nd, we commend Open Heart leaders for this outstanding commitment and well-being of area residents, and hereby declare this day to be Open Heart Leaders Day throughout San Diego County.
All right, thank you to April Astor and the entire Open Heart Leaders team. We appreciate you. Our next proclamation will be from Supervisor Lawson Reamer, honoring Queer and Transgender Asian and Pacific Islander Week. Accepting the proclamation will be Kevin Lee.
Come up, come up. So we are here to recognize this upcoming week as Queer and Transgender Asian and Pacific Islander Week throughout San Diego County. San Diego has a thriving Asian Pacific Islander, Middle Eastern, and Desi community, also known as APMEDA community. The San Diego Queer APMEDA Coalition was formed in 2019. It was created to help make a safe and welcoming space, promote connectivity, combat stereotypes and racism, mobilize civic leaders and economic power, and help identify and nurture future LGBTQ+ leaders. Even though this coalition was founded just 3 years ago, this work has been going on for decades. For example, in 1988, James Mutasa Kua founded the Gay, Lesbian, Asian Pacific Islanders Social Support, the first LGBTQ support group in San Diego, specifically for members of this community. Today, we are joined by several coalition members. It is with great pride that I welcome them to our chambers. We see you, we hear you, we appreciate you, and the county loves every one of you. So on behalf of my office and the San Diego County Board of Supervisors, it is my honor to recognize the week of May 29th through June 4th as Queer and Transgender Asian and Pacific Islander Week throughout San Diego County. We are joined by Kevin Lee, who will be accepting this proclamation.
Thank you and good morning. My name is Kevin Lee, and I'm the chair of the San Diego Queer Asian Pacific Islander Middle Eastern Desi American Coalition, CAPIMEDA for short. I want to first start off by thanking Supervisor Lawson Reamer and the Board of Supervisors for presenting this proclamation honoring Queer and Trans Asian Pacific Islander Week. And special shout out to Cipriano for helping us finalize edits for the proclamation. I also want to thank the San Diego Pride staff, Executive Director Fernando Lopez for uplifting and supporting Capimeta in organizing QTAPI Week, and Jen LaBarbera, the Director of Education and Advocacy, for working alongside us to draft the proclamation. This proclamation declaring the first ever QTAPI Week means a lot for the LGBTQ API community here in the county. QTAPI Week, which bridges the last week of May, which is Asian Pacific American Heritage Month, and going into June, which is Pride Month, is a time that will serve to uplift queer and trans API identities, voices, and our community leaders. Community leaders like San Diego County Human Relations Commissioners Julia Legaspi and Alex Villafuerte, and the leadership team of the Queer Apimeta Coalition, who stand with me today here at the podium. QTAPI Week will also celebrate LGBTQ API folks who may not hold titles, but make the community that much more vibrant just for showing up and living their truth and being who they are. This week of visibility comes at a moment of great importance, especially when we have seen the dramatic rise in anti-AAPI hate and violence in the last 2 years, here in San Diego and nationwide. And of course, we continue to see the dehumanizing and harmful rhetoric directed toward our LGBTQ community, especially towards our trans community. Let's be very clear, trans women are women. QTAPI Week then will serve as a reminder that our identities will not be erased. LGBTQ API identities exist, we've been here, and we will continue to pursue justice with compassion. And along the way, we will also have fun and celebrate. We hope to see you all at one of our many events next week during QTAPI Week. Thank you.
Give him a picture. That's good. Okay, 2 more, guys. Good. 1 more. Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Congratulate. Oh, more pictures. Go for it. Thank you, Kevin, Fernando, and everyone. Wonderful to see you. Thank you for being here. Our final proclamation today will be from Supervisor Jim Desmond, honoring sober and free. Accepting this proclamation will be John Byron.
Is this John? Welcome. What do you got? You got posters?
We have some posters that we'd like to show.
Ah, okay. You want to, I don't know if you want to put them in.
She said this one.
Oh, okay. Good. Okay. Well, hello, everyone, and good morning. And I'm here to honor and welcome North Coastal Prevention Coalition. With us today, we have Deborah Matthews, the Elevate Youth Program Supervisor, John Byram, the Prevention Specialist, and Mike Larson, our District Attorney Investigator. I hear you're quite the driver. Thank you. It's great to have you all today this morning to recognize Sober and Free, Drug-Free Life Choices Day for Youth. The North County Prevention Coalition's mission is to reduce the harm of alcohol, tobacco, marijuana, and other drugs in the cities of Vista, Oceanside, and Carlsbad through community action, education, support, and collaboration. They're a dedicated group of volunteers that strive to create a connected community where youth are alcohol and drug-free and make responsible choices and are able to reach their full potential. Since 2005, the North Coastal Prevention Coalition has advocated for preventing youth substance use at its annual 420 Remix, a celebration of sober and drug-free life choices. The 420 Remix actually is an alternative event for the North County teens to enjoy instead of the counterculture of Marijuana Day on 420. So the North County Prevention Coalition also features a law enforcement go-kart race at the annual 420 Remix, an event which brings multiple agencies together to have fun. It's a community building event with healthy competition and bragging rights. And the winner this year is District Attorney Investigator Mike Larson, is the go-kart racer of the year for law enforcement at this event. So hereby, we want to proclaim that all members of the San Diego Board of Supervisors on this 24th day of May 2022, that we commend the North Coastal Prevention Coalition for its outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to support for preventing youth substance abuse, and recognize each day and every day as sober and drug-free Life Choices Day for youth throughout San Diego County. So I'm going to have John Byron up here, who's got this big trophy here with a go-kart on it to present the award. Thanks, John. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond, and all the supervisors. Thank you so much for this proclamation about 420 Remix, the celebration of Sober and Drug-Free Life Choices Day. Collaboration and partnership are the core for NCPC's mission, and bringing multiple law enforcement agencies along with youth community members together to celebrate sober and drug-free life choices on April 20th is an annual highlight for us. This year, we formalized a new partnership with North County NAACP Youth Council through Elevate Youth Grant with Vista Community Clinic. And I'm happy to have Debbie Matthews here, the youth advisor, here with us today. Fun activities and celebrations are important, but policy decisions also take a crucial role in preventing youth substance use and related harms. NCPC has been recognized nationally 3 times for effective prevention policies we have brought to our North County communities, and we hope to continue working in partnership to create safe and healthy drug-free communities where our youth can thrive. Thank you for this proclamation, and it is my pleasure to recognize DA Investigator Michael Larson for winning our 420 Remix go-kart race at Boomers in Vista. This trophy has been given to a deputy sheriff in San Marcos, which Supervisor Desmond has given it out twice already to the same deputy. And he has won it the last 4 years. At this time, it needs a new home. And Investigator Mike Larson won it this year by a huge margin. I mean, it was a large margin.
Was the San Marcos guy there?
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we knew someone was going to say that.
There's reasons why he couldn't be. So at this time, I want to present this award to Investigator Mike Larson.
Do you have any advice on driving? The proclamation, we'll get a couple of pictures back.
Okay.
Should we go in the back? Did you want to talk in? No, I was asking him for driving tips, and he didn't give any. So, okay. Come on, we'll do the picture. Come on. Yeah.
Actually, it's a little too big.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. Thank you all, and congratulations. All right, next on the agenda is non-agendized public communication. This is an opportunity for the public to address the board on matters that are within our jurisdiction but are not on today's agenda. The only action the Board of Supervisors may take is a referral to the Chief Administrative Officer. A reminder, according to Rule 4A, members of the public who are non-English speaking and need interpretation assistance will be allotted additional time to facilitate translation. According to the rules of procedure, we will hear 5 in-person speakers, 5 virtual speakers. Any remaining non-agendized public speakers will be heard at the conclusion of today's agenda. I'll ask the clerk to call forward up to 10 public speakers at this time.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 27 total requests to speak on matters not listed on the agenda, 13 individuals in person, and 14 requesting to speak by phone. For those that requested to speak by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. I'd like to invite forward the following individuals: Pooja Mittal, Claudette Magno, Kevin Irwin, Lisa Sanchez, and Jamie Barrera. You can come forward in any order. You can begin when you're ready.
Okay. Good morning, Chairman Fletcher and the County Supervisors. My name is Kevin Irwin. I've been working as a Sheriff's Detention Nurse for about 5 years. I am also a member of SEIU. We need your help. I'm here today to appeal to the County Supervisors and for you to ask Under Sheriff Martinez to give a location premium to the county jail detention nurses. There is a precedence for the location premium. It is already being given to nurses at County Mental Health and Edgemoor Hospital. There is no location premium for nurses at the county jail. The jail is a dangerous place. There's verbal abuse. There's a potential for physical harm. There's caring for COVID-19. There's testing hundreds and hundreds of people weekly. There's also the danger of fentanyl, and we experience that all the time. We need to have good nurses. We need to retain and recruit nurses for our detention facilities, and we feel the location premium is going to help do that. So thank you for your time.
Okay. Good morning, Board of Directors and Chair Fletcher. My name is Pooja, and I'm a nurse at Vista Detention Facilities. I've been a nurse there for about a year, and I'm an SEIU member. Today I'm here to request you as a board to work with Kelly Martinez in obtaining location premiums for us detention nurses throughout County of San Diego. As a nurse, I don't view my patients as incarcerated individuals. I see them as human beings who need me and whom I will care for in their most vulnerable state. We advocate for their needs, we educate them, we spring into action when they are fighting for their lives, comfort them, and prevent suicide. We care. Detention nurses, although we are moving in the right direction with pay, detention nurses deserve a location premium because of dangers related to short staffing, COVID-19, and the need to retain nurses. We are currently short-staffed, both nurses and sworn. Many nurses have retired early or left because they are fed up with the work conditions. Each of us is progressively wearing more hats as we are spread thinner. We are exposed to biohazards and drugs such as fentanyl. We can be physically assaulted, bitten, stabbed with needles. We are at risk for deformity and incurable infectious diseases such as hepatitis and HIV. We have less deputies to protect us, less nurses for medical support, and high risk all around. Despite access to vaccines and PPE, detention nurses have continued to contract COVID-19. We are exposed in providing care, COVID testing, and responding to emergencies. With every new strain brings uncertainty and new risks as we fight them on the front lines. For these reasons,
Thank you.
okay, may I finish my last point? Okay.
Good morning, Chairman Fletcher. My name is Claudette Magnon. I'm a detention nurse at George Bailey for 7 years, and I'm also a member of SEIU 221. I am requesting the Board of Supervisors to help us with our appeal to Under Sheriff Martinez to add location premium for the nurses in the detention facilities. The current negotiations is a step in the right direction, but there is more that could be done. As my other colleagues have discussed, we are your line workers in the county jails. We are the people that you don't see working in the places that most people wouldn't address just because we deal with incarcerated people, people that most of the public would not even talk about. We are exposed to being gassed, to being in the middle of riots, fights, or even, God forbid, hostage situations. Location premium is one of the small things that might help nurses to stay, your county nurses to stay working in these detention facilities who are grossly and severely short-staffed, both sworn and medical side. We also worked during the COVID-19 because we are unable to work remotely. No healthcare worker can work remotely to attend to patients when you are online and you are working closely with people. You don't have the advantage of working 6 feet away. You have to be less or more upfront to the patients. We're just asking that with this location premium, we would be able to get more nurses to work in this detention and our detention facilities to care for the increasing number of incarcerated people. Thank you.
Hello, Board. My name is Lisa, and I am an LVN at the Detention Center of Las Colinas in Santee. I am also a member of the SEIU. We ask you, Chair Fletcher, to work with Under Sheriff Martinez to help us get the premium pay that the detentions desperately need. We are not retaining nurses. Everyone who's new is overwhelmed with all of the work that we have to do because we are so understaffed. Our new staff is quitting, our old staff is retiring, and we are just constantly underwater. We are also put, as my colleagues have mentioned, that we are always put at risk. As an LVN, I make the most face-to-face time with the incarcerated people. I am giving blood sugar checks to HIV-positive patients. I am giving blood pressure checks for people who have been a little higher on the violent side. It's a constant face-to-face interaction, constant physical interactions with people who have overdoses. We have direct contact with these people who don't react to Narcan. We are constantly in the news, we are constantly under pressure, and we do not have the appropriate staffing. We need some sort of incentive to keep our nurses. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jamie Barrera. I've been a Sheriff's Detention nurse for 4 years. I'm currently stationed at San Diego Central Jail. I stand here in front of you today as a member of SEIU 221, and I am asking you to work with Under Sheriff Kelly Martinez in support of premium pay for our detention nurses. The work I've experienced in the jails are nothing like the hospitals. The patients that go to hospitals typically go there on their own accord. Patients brought to us have no choice and are generally uncooperative, violent, and under the influence of unknown substances. We're exposed to verbal abuse, physical abuse, weapons, and drugs on a daily basis. Our facilities have been placed under the microscope recently due to the number of deaths and unmet medical needs, mostly due to lack of staff. I've worked many nights where there are only a few nurses on staff for a facility of 800 incarcerated persons. I've also worked with nurses who have left the Sheriff's Department to work for better conditions for the same amount of pay. I believe, our current negotiations is a step in the right direction, but having this hazard pay will help retain new nurses and keep our seasoned nurses to continue to provide the care that our incarcerated persons need. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now hear from those requested to speak by phone. Again, we will be hearing from the first 5 callers. The remaining callers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session. When it's your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted. You'll hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I would remind the callers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll begin with our first caller. Andrew?
Thank you.
Kevin Stevenson. Yeah, so far nothing too egregious from our public comments. It's become such the norm lately that it seems like every meeting starts off with, "You guys are tyrants because you're making us wear masks." It's like a breath of fresh air that we don't start off on that low starting point. Anyways, so all I wanted to say is that I just wanted to give a reminder that there are a lot of us in San Diego County who do not believe believe weird things like that, and I think that today we will hear some things, especially when we get to some of the items lower on the agenda, like 24 and 25. And ahead of all of that, I just want to say that a lot of us in San Diego County want the best for everyone. We are not trying to run everyone's lives or tell them they need to believe this or they need to believe that. Basically, the majority of us in San Diego County want an inclusive, welcoming, equal space. Basically, I'm trying to say is that we're not trying to force people to live a certain lifestyle. It's like when someone tells someone to wear a mask, it's not like, "Oh, you must wear a mask because this is the way we want you to live." We're like, no, we're just trying to stop the spread of a deadly virus, which, by the way, cases are going up. So I would encourage people to mask up if they haven't done so already. And we're going to hear a lot of pushback today to things that are popular, and let's fight against it.
Thank you. We'll now hear from our next caller.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Becky Rapp. I'm a parent to 3 teens and a youth group mentor. I appreciate the proclamations this morning honoring May as Mental Health Month. I'm very familiar with the drug issues our kids are facing, specifically with marijuana. I'd like to bring to your attention an article in the Wall Street Journal titled, "Talking to Teens About Cannabis Gummies as Youth Booms." These candy-like marijuana products have become the main way of getting high for teens. Schools and doctors say that teens are getting high at school on these candies as well as cookies containing THC. Because edibles look innocuous and don't involve inhaling smoke into the lungs, students view them as less dangerous than smoking pot and underestimate their potential for harm. One standard unit of THC is 5 milligrams, as defined by the National Institute on Drug Abuse. But one candy bar or cookie could include 10 doses. What teen, or adult for that matter, will stop at one bite or even a half a bite? I strongly encourage you to consider banning all flavored marijuana products, especially food-infused ones, with excessive levels of THC. Please send a message to the county residents that you recognize this product as predatory and will not allow our teens and young adults to pay the price. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from our next caller.
Good morning. My name is Terry Ann Skelly. I'd like to thank you for acknowledging Mental Health Month and Sober and Drug-Free Day. I'm a parent of young adult sons. I follow the county's unfortunate idea to add more marijuana businesses to the unincorporated regions. 2 weeks ago, the Board of Supervisors considered item 20 regarding placing on the November ballot, which was a tax on marijuana businesses. I support taxing the 5 open retail marijuana stores and using that tax money to improve and expand on the prevention messaging for young people under 25 years old, which is nearly non-existent for a county that promotes good mental and physical health. These prevention messages need to emphasize enduring hazards with marijuana consumption to young adults, their families, neighborhoods, and society in general. Parents recognize that there are unrelenting mental health costs from marijuana use, and this is becoming more and more clear with each new study. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you on such a significant subject of using marijuana taxes to mitigate the cost of marijuana sales, promotion, and normalization for San Diego County citizens, especially our young adults.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Promotes good.
For the next caller, this is Consuelo. Your device might be muted. We'll come back to you.
Good morning. Good morning. This is Peggy Walker. It's a Mental Health Awareness Month, as was mentioned, and as a public health educator, I came to share that in the most extensive study of commercial marijuana products ever conducted, researchers analyzed over 90,000 samples of legal commercial cannabis products and found widespread mislabeling. The prevailing labeling system is not effective nor a safe way to provide information about these products. According to University of Colorado information scientist, professor, and study author Brian Keegan, he called current labeling of marijuana products deceptive and a profound disservice to consumers. THC-dominant psychoactive cannabis products are marketed and labeled by strain, but bear little relation to the psychochemical diversity of cannabis plants, nor to the predictability of effects, the study concluded. There's no clear science evidence for current cannabis product label claims. This would never happen with pharmaceuticals that are legitimate, nor with other cultivated plants and crops like corn, which are regulated by the Federal Feed Act. So as policymakers, I ask you, please insist on cannabis labeling based on scientifically verified product chemistry and known effects to better serve public safety and mental health. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go back to the last caller. Again, for this caller, Consuelo, we're unable to hear you. Your device might be muted. We'll move on to another caller.
Hi, Supervisors. My name is Paul Henkin. It's
so nice to see your smiling faces. Those of you who are paying attention, do you want shorter, less contentious meetings? Nathan, you mentioned something about 17-hour meetings at your state of the county. Well, here's my suggestion. Instead of a panegyric on all the good things an item on the agenda would do, show that you considered all the angles first. List all the pros and cons, and better yet, the reasons why you dismissed the cons. People will probably realize that you've thought things out, and they may not feel the need to speak out as much as they have. You might also realize what a bad idea it is. You would seem more like a professional administrative board and less like a third world cabal. Also, the low COVID numbers do not justify prolonging the local emergency. One death, and the mandates, and the emergency. Who will enforce them anyway? They're only making you look silly and stupid. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. For the remaining callers that requested to speak on a matter not listed on the agenda, please hang up and call back at the conclusion of the session. Again, all remaining speakers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session. Chair Fletcher, that concludes the request for non-agenda public communication this morning.
Thank you to all of our speakers. Next on our agenda is approval of the statement of proceedings minutes for the regular meeting of May 10th, 2022. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion by myself, second by Vice Chair Vargas. Please vote.
Chair Fletcher, that motion passes unanimously with all board members who are present voting aye.
We'll now proceed with the formation of our consent calendar. Members of the public will have the opportunity to comment on the consent calendar after supervisors have had the opportunity to make any remarks or pull any items they wish moved to the discussion section of the agenda. Let me begin with Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Thank you so much. I have nothing to pull, but just a couple items upon which I wanted to make some remarks. So just starting with item 6, I just want to uplift this as a really important initiative. I think the point-in-time numbers last week reinforced what we've already known, that we're in a dire homelessness crisis across our region, and we really need to be doing more across the spectrum, from doubling down on prevention on the front end to expanding permanent housing options on the back end. I think today's action is an unprecedented step by the county and a major commitment of leadership and resources to target one of the biggest gaps we're seeing, which is expanding emergency shelter options for people in crisis. So I just wanted to thank staff for bringing this forward and leadership of Chair Fletcher on this item. I think it's really a wonderful initiative. I also wanted to take a moment to comment on item number 15. It's actually a question, I think, for county staff, whether there is any analysis, or it'd be feasible to get any analysis, whether it'd be possible to identify two things. One is whether we could buy less of the land. That's a big chunk of land. I don't know that we need 18.5 acres for a public safety station. So that was one question. And the second was whether we had sort of some in-depth analysis on different alternative uses of the land. And so it's really a question for our CAO, whether we need to pull this to go into it, or whether it would be appropriate to answer those questions when this comes back at the hearing.
Marco, why don't you go ahead and answer the two questions briefly, and then if you want us to bring more information back, we certainly will do that.
At the hearing. Okay, great.
Good morning, Supervisor. Thanks for the questions. It's Caltrans Lands. They've offered us at a whole parcel in their surplusing process. We haven't had a discussion about subdividing it. I don't think that they would subdivide it, but we could ask that question. It's not considered in the current option that's written between us. There has been some analysis done on the zoning there. It's a S94 zoning, so that's for transportation and utility purposes, and there's a deed restriction that comes with the property, which I think you're aware of for a public purpose. Other public purposes could be utilities or other civic uses like agriculture or libraries or whatnot. Those would require a discretionary use permit. And there's about 18 acres available, of which 11 are developable. And one of the projected purposes is 5 acres, so there'd be about 6 acres to develop further on that property.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, I think it would be helpful just to explore whether it would be feasible to purchase just a small subsection of that land. It might not be, but it's a lot of land, more than I think we would need for a substation, so.
We could certainly have that discussion with Caltrans.
Quick question on that, Marco. I mean, would it be possible in the zoning where you could conceivably do a substation, perhaps a CSU, crisis stabilization unit, adjacent to it? I know that there's some fire needs in that area with kind of storage of equipment and water. There's a variety of things. Are all of those compatible uses with that zoning and that land?
I'll have to do a little homework on the CSU piece. I think that's public facing and could be considered a public use.
Okay.
So I can do some little homework on that.
Okay. I think we need to look at the totality of options that are there, and I think there's some benefit in co-locating some safety opportunities with those. But again, we can discuss that when it comes.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It just would be helpful to have some greater analysis on what are the various options for co-locating public safety services, including crisis stabilization units, whether there's other needs in the community that are not being met that we might want to be able to meet in one site.
Sure. There's been some discussion from the local fire protection district and also on for a contingency layout. It's very horizontally oriented, so if there's a contingency-oriented layout that's required, that would be certainly aligned with that type of property. We can look further into behavioral health.
I would also add that as we have to make our legal representation to Caltrans, I had a conversation with Lonnie this morning about that. And so any of these potential uses that we would want to make sure that we share and put into the purchase agreement so that we get the permission to use it for other purposes as well.
Thank you, Supervisor Lessman. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a lot of comments here and then a question on one of these items, but the consent item is pretty big, or consent agenda. So the first one is item 1. This is a Fox Fire Center that's being transferred back to the county from the San Diego Office of Education. This is good. It used to be a camp for students, but they're no longer using it. And so this is an opportunity coming back to the county for CAL FIRE to actually occupy and train on this land. It's at the base of Palomar Mountain. It's an exciting win for the county and a great opportunity to further support wildfire suppression in the backcountry. Additionally, CAL FIRE is going to be adding 4 firefighters that will live at Camp Fox to provide 24-hour wildland fire protection. So it won't be necessarily a station, but we'll have an opportunity for more manpower at that particular site and firefighters. I want to thank our county fire staff for making this possible. Thank you. Item 3, San Diego County Fire, a RFP for fire protection and emergency medical services from CAL FIRE. Right now, as a supervisor, I have the largest unincorporated area in the county, and I want to praise this partnership. Often in the rural communities, the firefighters, they mean a lot, and they're, kind of not necessarily the government for them, but they represent the community quite well, and they represent us there. So beyond saving lives, they're ambassadors to the residents. And so I can't thank San Diego County Fire Protection District, Jeff Collins, Chief Meacham, and the uniform rank and file for all that they do there for the unincorporated areas. Item 4, I got a question on item 4 about coming back. This is an interesting board letter with a new concept, land trust for additional housing. I want to thank Supervisor Vargas for bringing this forward. I do have a concern about a single sourcing of $1.5 million loan to an organization that I'm not familiar with. And so I'm wondering if there's, I know it's going to be coming back. Is there going to be an opportunity to have our procurement team vet them like any other county contractor or vendor, or go through that process before single sourcing this item?
Thank you, Supervisor. We absolutely would be doing that as part of our analysis. And then, of course, there would be the underwriting associated with that as well to make sure that the project would be feasible. But clearly, we will be coming back on that. That's a very important element. And Vice Chair Vargas has been very clear that she wants us to vet them very thoroughly. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate a new idea and concept. Heck, yeah, for more housing in San Diego County. Item 5, golden opportunities integrating county services into senior centers, current senior centers within the cities. So I want to thank Supervisor Anderson for partnering with me on this board letter. I think it's important that the county services come to the seniors rather than having the seniors come to them to the county facilities. It just makes sense for us to meet them where they already are in familiar surroundings in the senior centers throughout San Diego County. So the city of Escondido asked if they could have county staff visit their Park Avenue Senior Center, which is kind of an older senior center. They're in need of some TLC, but they need more services there. And and have county staff meet with seniors, let them know about the programs that we offer and resources in person, and that they might be eligible to participate in. The services are vast that the county offers through our Aging and Independent Services team. They're well-trained and can provide opportunities and services on site. So we're asking for this one-year pilot program with a report back within a year on any successes or challenges of providing these services countywide, hopefully at the senior centers everywhere in the county. Item 10, this is on promoting civic engagement through boards and committees and commissions. I want to thank Supervisor Lawson-Remer for bringing this forward. You know, I agree that a code of conduct should be implemented. Our goal should be to promote open dialogue where differing opinions can all be heard, nobody gets shut down, and we give weight to every voice. But I also want to add that we need diversity of expertise on some of these commissions as well. The North County Gang Commission I'm familiar with. It includes former gang members, care providers, educators, law enforcement, all with individualized, diverse expertise that they also bring to these commissions. So I hope the analysis takes this into account as we're looking for diversity on our commissions, that we also have maybe diversity of expertise. Even people that don't have any expertise. It's good to have just normal, you know, people with just the citizens on this that maybe don't have expertise to be on this. But I think it's important that some of these, you know, specific commissions or committees have levels of expertise and a diverse expertise, you know, from environmentalists to developers or whatever the case may be. So they're all volunteer positions, and it's kind of hard sometimes to find qualified volunteers. We shouldn't be limiting our options. And the best qualified people for each role, we should always want the best qualified people for each role and need that flexibility of expertise, I think, to accomplish that. And then let's see, I got item 15. This is, Supervisor Lawson-Remer brought up about this Caltrans property in North County. You know, this is a very important piece of property, and I think it's going to be a tremendous asset to the region. I'm excited about the potential for it to be a multi-use regional public safety center. And we've heard interest from North County Fire, which actually serves Valley Center and Fallbrook and Bonsall, North County Fire, and also from the Rainbow Water District, which is directly across the street, across the 395 from this property. And the sheriff, you know, in addition to the Sheriff's Department about using this property. So there's quite a bit of, and the CSU sounds good too, if that fits on there. But I think, you know, it'd be best if we could, you know, we purchase the property, we stick with the uses of public safety. I think we're committed to that. But I was in the Fallbrook community just recently. We had a town hall, and they expressed to me the amount of increased crime in Fallbrook. And unfortunately, you know, some of the answers that were given from the law enforcement, CHP was there and our sheriffs were there, said they don't have enough staff. They don't have enough staff or boots on the ground. You know, we've got the recruitment problems and issues, and so it's hard to you know, fulfill. So a center where boots on the ground that the sheriffs can be, I think, is a great opportunity for this site. And I'll just, this is not in, I said I wasn't going to bring this up, but I'm going to anyway. But the Rainbow Water is actually looking to move their headquarters across the street. And Rainbow sits on land that's right adjacent to a new park that's going in, that's on along the Rancho San Luis Rey River County Park that we've already dedicated dollars for. potentially that land might be able to use it. We do a swap with Rainbow, might be usable for housing or more suitable for housing or other uses that aren't public safety. So that's, you know, nothing committed. It's just a rumor at this point in time, but there's potential up there for uses for land other than that particular site. And then I just want to register a no vote on item 18. Thank you for all the time for being able to comment on the agenda, on the consent.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. Vice Chair Vargas.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. I don't have any items to pull, but I did want to mention that on item number 4, you know, we are many, you know, majority of San Diego County's low-income renters spend more than 50% of their income on rent, leaving really little left for basic necessities like food, transportation, health expenses, or other needs. And so at this rate, there's fewer and fewer opportunities for them to achieve any wealth with limited home ownership opportunities, particularly for communities of color and communities of concern. And so we know that home ownership is the single most powerful strategy and tool for closing the racial and ethnic wealth gap. I think that as a county, it is our responsibility to expand affordable housing and protect families in them, as well as produce more housing and low-income levels to address issues of affordability. And so the board letter that you have before you is particularly a model that we're looking at. It's a pilot program that we're working with Casa Familiar. And this community land trust model is an opportunity to create new home ownership opportunities. And it's really a way for us to focus on anti-displacement strategies that are going to help remove land from the real estate market and secure permanent affordable housing. What is really important, I know some of you said that, you know, whether you've worked with Casa Familiar or not, we're happy to, you know, there's going to be a lot of vetting in this process. I want to make sure that everybody's clear that the legal counsel has looked through this process, that there's going to be a procurement process to ensure that it's, that the vetting is thorough. And I want to also ensure that it's an innovative pilot program that I think is going to shape future policy decisions around use and process for CLTs. And it is, I think, also an opportunity for us to be able to draw down state surplus funds as we're moving forward. And it's going to allow us to really, I think it's really consistent with board desired and policies that we're trying to identify as regarding the Innovative Housing Trust Fund. And it also is going to create safeguards to return to the board with an analysis and underwriting to ensure that this can be done for us as we're moving forward and thinking outside the box as how we're going to address the housing inequities in our county. Also, it's consistent with staff reporting due on June 15th on transformative housing solutions, and staff is going to be returning to us with Innovative Housing Trust Fund in August. And so I am thrilled that this board letter, I think, is going to really focus on the 30 to 60 AMI and really focus on this deficit that we have here in the county and trying to address affordable housing for our communities. So I'm hoping that all of my colleagues will be able to support this item. So I appreciate that. On item number 5, I'm really thrilled that both Supervisor Desmond and Anderson are working on this proposal and bringing forward. I had the opportunity to meet with this organization last year, and I am excited about the work that they're doing, and especially because the county has you know, this assessment, I think, from the San Diego Seniors Community Foundation notes that we really have a lot of opportunities to do work together. I'm really supportive of this proposal that you're bringing forth to do a pilot program in these 2 existing senior centers. And I'm hoping that in the future, as always, we do a pilot program and that it is extended to District 1. Because I know that there's, particularly in the communities of San Isidro, we have a large aging population, so I'm hoping that we can get additional resources in that area. And then last but not least, on item number 6, with the $10 million Capital Emergency Housing Solutions Grant Program, I really appreciate that we're bringing this forward to address homelessness and our unsheltered crisis. This is an important to our county to make this important leadership role with this grant program and take the collaborative between our local cities to actively identify locations to bring emergency housing solutions to the region. So I really appreciate that this item was brought forward by you, and so I'm happy to. Did you make the motion, sir? Oh, okay, then I'll make the motion. Usually you make a motion, so I'll make it this time. So. Happy to make a motion.
Thank you. I'm happy to second that. I don't have any items to pull for discussion, but I want to highlight items 1 and 3. Item 1, Supervisor Desmond proposal to transition that county-owned land near Palomar Mountain into use as a fire center for CAL FIRE personnel, and I think this will provide very valuable space for firefighters to take part in wildland prevention, education suppression, and make use of the Fox Fire Center, be available to respond in case of emergency. So I think this is a wonderful initiative that's moving forward. And then item 3 is just ratifying our new contract with CAL FIRE. They're our county's partner. We appreciate the work that CAL FIRE does and appreciate the long-standing partnership that we have and working on that. Item 4 will be very interesting. I think there's a lot of energy and discussion around issues of land trust, and so I think this is a good initiative for our county to do its due diligence and really explore how this opportunity can be used in a broader effort and learn. So commend Vice Chair Vargas for bringing it forward. Very excited to see item 6 come forward. This is a proposal that makes $6 million or $10 million in emergency housing solution grant programs available. We know the homeless crisis is top of mind. As a county, we've been doing more than we have ever done before. Year over year, sustained increases. It is important to note that the obligation to tackle the issues of homelessness are a shared one. Cities have a responsibility, counties have a responsibility, state and federal funding and nonprofit partners certainly help. But the cities have the responsibility around the structure and the administration of sites, and the counties have the responsibility around behavioral health services. Our standard MOU is out there to move with a greater sense of urgency and speed, to let our partners in the cities know this is what your county's ready to step up and do right off the bat, no questions asked. We think that can help. Certainly can facilitate some lessons learned from previous endeavors we've done with cities where it can get drawn out in the contract negotiations. We want to avoid that. But us moving forward to make money available to cities is a positive step. It's something the county normally does not do in funding safe shelters, safe parking, safe campsites. And I think this is an important thing, to partner with the cities and realize that we have a shared obligation to meet this. And so I'm excited to see this program moving forward and really look forward to cities stepping up, who now will have access to capital to help create more sheltering opportunities. Again, shelter solves sleep, housing solves homelessness, but getting people into a shelter can get them engaged with the services they need and help connect them into permanent housing. And so I think this is a really good program. Item 7 is our third round of HAP funding, Homeless Housing Assistance Prevention, grant from the state of California, and I'm pleased to see some of the HAP funding going to our Housing Our Youth program. An initiative started by Supervisor Cox has permanently housed 108 youth, which means it will far exceed its initial 2-year goal of 100 youth. And also pleased to see HAP funding will be used to support our community harm reduction, our CHART teams, and our safe haven locations. This has been an innovative partnership with the City of San Diego. It deepens our outreach, our emergency response to help better reach individuals with behavioral health issues, to get them on a path to treatment and permanent housing. And this will help us expand the potential emergency housing sites and evaluating potential locations, and as a part of our larger and broader efforts. And so pleased to see all of those move forward. With that, we have a motion and a second. Let's hear from our public speakers on the consent calendar, and then we will come back and vote.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 19 total requests to speak on items on the consent calendar, 9 individuals in person, 10 requesting to speak by phone. Any members of the public that requested to speak on the consent calendar by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions provided to you. We'll begin with in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I will be calling individuals in groups of 5. I'd like to call forward the following individuals: Lisa Cuestas, David Baker, and Greg Angela in favor, followed by Audra and Alan C. in opposition. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. Please begin by stating your name for the audio record.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Cuestas, President and CEO of Casa Familiar. Good morning, supervisors. I'm here in support of advancing home ownership opportunities through innovation and community land trust. This is an opportunity for the county with Casa Familiar to be the catalyst in providing 100 families, low-income individuals, families, with an opportunity to thrive and build wealth. This could be an example for the entire state of California, and Casa Familiar has a history of donating land into community with development. We have been an organization working in the South Bay, specifically San Isidro, but now throughout the county, for nearly 50 years. It'll be next year. And we've invested $30 million into the heart of San Isidro with rehab projects and new construction. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Good morning, Chairman, Honorable Supervisors. My name is Greg Angel. I serve as CEO of Interfaith Community Services. Here to speak in support of item 6, $10 million to expand critically needed emergency shelters. In North San Diego County, we have a crisis of a lack of shelter. The recent count found more than 1,400 individuals experiencing homelessness. We have 99 low barrier shelter beds. This is a very urgently needed investment. I'm here to speak in support of that. I'm also here to humbly request additional support, specifically for the behavioral health services and the case management support critical to make shelters successful. We operate shelter in Escondido, and we work very closely with the only other low barrier shelter operating in Carlsbad. The supportive services, the behavioral health services are very important to these being successful. So I'd like to request consideration of additional county support for those services in line with the county's dedication to addressing behavioral health needs and providing services. I've had the opportunity to speak with a number of you and your offices, as well as senior staff within the county on this item recently, and I've heard that feedback, and I'm bringing to you a suggestion for consideration. We can work with cities to provide the operating support for these shelters, and with your support, we can provide the critically needed case management, peer specialist, and behavioral health support that we know from our experience, having helped more than 1,800 people end their homelessness last year, is so urgently needed. I appreciate your commitment. I appreciate our work together, and I look forward to working with your offices and our staff to create urgently needed additional shelter beds and commensurate behavioral health resources in North County. Thank you.
And I'm here to speak support for item 7, investing in the Housing Our Youth Collaborative project, and of course increasing the investment in such project, kind of building some capacity. The Housing Our Youth Collaborative is a project that was brought together by 7 of the largest youth service providers here in San Diego County. Of course, YMCA, San Diego Services, a lot of the names that we're familiar with hearing. And we all had one goal: to help move our young people into longer-term housing and assist them with the skills and tools to maintain that housing. So we want to get them into that permanent housing and then build up the human to help them sustain and grow. I think one thing we've heard today is that our young people have identities and goals that are super valuable and that deserve investment. So I'm here to call that out and also call out some of the amazing work we've done with our partners, not only within our collaborative, but outside. So the Public Defender's Office, the District Attorney, we have served as a partner in prevention with getting young people out of those facilities that aren't necessarily the best suited for their growth and into places where they can access what's going to help them acquire the future that we all like to see for San Diego County, which is less homelessness, more people contributing to the work with lived experience, et cetera. Within our collaborative, we have housing navigators, we have case managers, we have peer support with lived experience who serve as examples for our young people who are experiencing homelessness in San Diego County. So definitely want to see that continue, and I'm excited to see you all sort of considering these options as we move forward. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Alan C. I had a slide presentation, but there's no one I can talk to, sir. I don't know if you want to. Where is my slide presentation?
I have no idea what
I was told I cannot present my slide. Item 10, you mentioned open dialogue. I mentioned this last week, to actually taking away people's voices. Part of my presentation was a slide presentation. I was told by the gentleman this morning I could not present my video, which is under 2 minutes, or my slide presentation. Right there, you're not going against the Brown Act. Please look into that, because later on, my open agenda item, I have a video to present under 2 minutes. Jim, that needs to happen, because I was here for the open agenda. I've got a valuable video presentation, yet Brown Act, I'm not allowed to present it. Nothing in the video says so forth. That's wrong. That is pure wrong. Speaking of item 10, I mentioned this last 2 weeks ago, that union members are allowed to get in before the public. Equal access. This morning, our beautiful nurses, which I love, do not have access to this building, yet the union rep came by and got them into the service entrance, and all 5 nurses lined up in front of me. I was here since 6 o'clock this morning to be the first one to speak. I was bumped off by the union, who don't even have access to this building. Security, that's breaking the law right there. They got into the building. Again, I love my nurses, but for them to jump in line, just like every week, you get your professional beggars on the clock, purple shirts, jumping in line, everybody else, that is wrong. Equal access, the Brown Act, please make that happen. That is pure wrong. Okay, we got multiple items to talk about here, which I'm gonna run out of time. Again, I'll say, just like always, bury the power lines. Up north, we just had a fire. The homeowners lost some homes and they want to sue. Well, guess what? Our governor, through AB 1054, was basically going to, us ratepayers going to fund what the power lines did up there. I keep saying it over and over again, the fire prevention of item 3, put the money to bury the power lines. Thank you.
As the next speaker is approaching, I'd like to invite forward the final 4 speakers in opposition: Michael Brando, Mike Barillo, Mark Dorian, and Jason Robo. Please begin.
Audra Morgan. So again, you guys put so many items on this consent that it's like you can't even address them, but you want to spend $3.8 million, put law enforcement on trains and coasters. Do you have enough staff to even do that? Because you're losing staff. Advanced home ownership through land trust. This is you want to spend $1.5 million to research it and do pre-development. So are these people going to even be able to afford these homes for 15 years before you say then you can buy it? Then you're also act like you're addressing homelessness. I mean, you want to take the funds and that Newsom has allocated, the $1 billion, so you're going to get 12.8 million of that, when you're also going to get 10 million for this Capital Emergency Solutions Housing Grant Program. I mean, it's like, you guys realize that the homeless is getting worse, but all you do is get money for it. And yet when I ask the homeless what you guys are doing, oh no, they just told me to move down the street. Or they just took me to go get a vaccine and brought me back here. So they're not offering you any help? No. And it's funny because you're talking about wanting to, yeah, I can't even think right now. To get this money, the 10 million for the cities, it's like if the cities are within the county and the county's the one taking all the money, no wonder there's a problem. Because the cities aren't even getting any money. It's the county having access to that. And all you're doing is spending ARPA funds all over the place. That's why you're keeping us in an emergency. You're taking up all the land. You want to take this 18 to 49 acres for a sheriff's station. How are you going to staff it when you can't even staff other stations? I mean, even in Fallbrook, Jim, you're saying there's not enough staff. That's weird. And why are we all of a sudden mixing gay and MSM, which is men who have sex with other men? Like, you just make up all these things. It's great.
Thank you.
Mark, regarding the fires, first of all, you're trying to beef up the fire department, but you're ignoring one of the most crucial things, which is obviously wood doesn't combust until about 660 degrees. The highest temperature in California ever was 134 degrees. Last year, the high was 130. It's usually around 100 on a hot day in a hot area. There's no way that your climate change narrative for affecting the fires is causing this much fire. They're being set. There are globalist organizations. It's not conspiracy theory. You know it. It's a known fact that there are organizations that want global governance, and they do have Agenda 21 as their agenda, which includes getting people out of the rural areas, which means when you have people with billions of dollars who want people not living in the rural areas and living in stack and packs in the city, it would be very advantageous to them to have people setting fires, lots of fires, and you're not trying to find out who they are. That is wrong. You have technology. You should be doing more to catch these people. And then, of course, they'd be forced into the stack and packs in the city. Your narrative, they use 2 narratives, basically, shock doctrine and climate change. Shock doctrine talks about when you scare people so much that their rational thinking goes, and they just go into a state of fear and do whatever is suggested to them. It's a very often used government tactic. Climate change and the COVID-19 epidemic are two very good examples of this. You should see Naomi Klein, her video on shock doctrine. This is a video by Dr. Shiva, and it will explain what they're doing with the climate change. It's a scam. They're stealing your money. See the video.
Mike Borello, here to talk about agenda item number 10. Although I didn't come here to talk about agenda item 10, but I'm going to talk about it because public engagement, community participation, when you bring in union members early in the morning or county workers and they block the way for public speakers to talk, like in my case, like in Alan's case and Michael's case, they were in very early, I was in very early, and this happened last time too. We didn't make it on the first 5, we were pushed till the evening. And I had to give my talk like 7 o'clock at night. I can't do that today, so I can't present what I came here to present today. So I just reviewed the Brown Act, and there are no provisions in the Brown Act for equal and fair access. But the intent of the Brown Act should be to allow fair and equal access. But you're giving priority to the county workers, the union workers, and we're not given that advantage. We're not let in the side door. So I wish you'd look into it because it's violating my free speech. I came in on a schedule that I could speak to, but I can't speak on my item today because I have to leave before lunch. Thank you.
Jason Robo. So our energy system is extremely inefficient and dangerous. I worked on this Pinoche Valley solar project doing biological field work relocating endangered species when we could have just been giving people solar panels to put on their house instead we're screwing up the desert. So anyways, and then we also could be practicing silviculture, which is what the indigenous people used to do and maintain the land. Forest management and whatever is basically colonial nonsense, and that's why we have fires, because the land's mismanaged and it's a big fire hazard. So if we care about safety, then we should start restoring their cultures. And there's not enough time for any of these items. Ownership of houses is goofy because basically you're doing a property tax on houses, which is a use tax, so people really don't own anything. County transit, I think you guys should keep them open for bar hours because it promotes DUIs and then people don't want to get a ticket. And for tobacco and oral health, there's documentaries like What the Health and They're Trying to Kill Us. It's just kind of silly that, you know, I think more people have issues with all the sugar. Then you put fluoride in the water, which I don't know where it's at in this county, but I drink filtered water. But sugar basically destroys people's mouths. And so what you put in your face is not just limited to tobacco. And Caltrans, public safety, there's lots of cracks on the highway, which are really dangerous and hard to drive on in a motorcycle. I know we got at least 2 other bikers in the building from what I saw in the garage. And trucks, semi-trucks cause 9,800 vehicles worth of damage by themselves, and they don't pay their fair share of taxes. So if we care about safety, we should tax them. And retirement, Alan Watts has a documentary or a speech where he does about retirement and working like a slave. So check that out, it's on YouTube. And for senior services, we should feed them healthier, and then they might have better functionality and cognition.
My name is Michael. Again, Nathan, do not interrupt me. I'm making several points all interrelated to one another. I'm speaking to item number 10. I was one of the ones that was here early, at 7 a.m. I know other people were earlier, and the county employees were allowed to come in before 8 a.m. and sign non-agenda public communication sheets. Now, this is not disregarding the work they do, but it's not right to allow other people to get into the building. They should actually line up, because actually, technically, even though some of you really don't live by this, you really are our employees. As far as the broader picture of people participating, and there are a lot of people that want to participate and be here, but they're also threatened and intimidated. I want to call out Tara Lawson-Remer. Most people actually don't know who you are. I've actually asked many people out on the streets, who is this? And I showed them a picture of Tara Lawson-Remer. They don't know who you are. But a number of meetings ago, you said that people were frightened to come here, frightened and terrified to come here because people who show up in person. That is kind of a backwards way of trying to intimidate people. I was just up in the gallery, and when Audra Morgan was here, and again, this is about participation, she was speaking. Nora Vargas, you and Tara were just chit-chatting away, laughing. So it really shows by your actions you're not interested in public engagement.
Now we'll hear from those who have requested to speak by phone. When it's your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted. You'll hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I would remind callers that they should mute the TV or live stream before they begin speaking. We'll begin with our first caller, and Andrew Potter is with us to assist remotely.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Chris Olson, Chief of Staff for Jewish Family Services San Diego, calling in support of item number 5. Thank you, Supervisors Anderson and Desmond and the board for this proposal, the Golden Opportunity Pilot Program. This proposed program would increase opportunities for integration of existing county services to help older adults with services currently provided by the nonprofit sector, and we look forward to participating. Thank you. Thank you. Now hear from our next caller.
Truth. Item 4 says community land trust will remove land from the real estate market and secure permanent affordable housing. What that really means is that no single-family homes will be built because the land will be permanently removed from the market. Less land, less homes, guaranteed higher prices. Under this fascist project, condos will be converted into affordable housing. Imagine how neighborhoods with nice condos will be devalued in the future. The cost is $1.5 million via a forgivable loan. That is a loan never to be paid back. Item 6 is creating a homeless housing grant program to fund different long-term shelters at a cost of $10 million. If it's really supposed to be a solution, why would shelters be established for the long term? This is yet another expensive program guaranteed to create empty Potemkins all over the county. America's modern projects in cold, sustainable slate gray, the new Soviet seafoam green. Item 7 is yet another homeless housing grant program that's costing the state $1 billion. According to the data tables, about 45% of homeless are sheltered. Most have a significant mental illness, are chronically homeless, and are white. The county action plan says homes end homelessness. I thought people had to end homelessness via their own hard work, not via inanimate objects like buildings. Every outcome goal describes the trackable data goal as people accessing services by race. Not that the programs work, just that certain colors register. Item 11 is Nathan Fletcher spending about $500,000. Item 12 is Jim spending over $800,000. Item 14, Tara is giving one anti-capitalist $12,000 for 20 computers, 5 cameras, 10 tablets, a guitar, a keyboard, a mic, 2 amps, and everything else possible for a whole band and video team. Where's my whole setup?
Now hear from the next caller.
Eleanor, and I just got out my car, so I don't have anything in front of me right now, but I want to talk about Nathan Fletcher's comment that he made earlier about the homelessness, about how you've done so much and you've never worked harder for the homeless population. Well, sorry, but what you're doing is not working because we have an increase in the homeless population and an increase in crime. So whatever you're doing is not working. Maybe you want to think about changing it. I also want to address what you're doing for seniors, forcing them to have COVID injections, forcing them to be on pharmaceuticals, and not allowing them to have any say in their own medical care. Is that how you're helping? I'm an older adult. I can't go into a hospital unless I agree to their fake procedures and to their tyranny. When people have to have life-threatening surgeries or anything like that in a hospital, they're not allowed to go. The hospitals think they can override the patient's Bill of Rights with their stupid tyranny and their COVID-19 agendas. That's not benefiting senior citizens at all. There was something else that I wanted to say. I can't think of it right now because you make it very difficult for us to talk. You don't tell us when it's going to be our turn. We have to hold on to on the phone the whole day. And then, oh yes, I remembered now. Nathan, I'm confused. This morning when I was tuned in, I heard some clapping. I thought you said we're not allowed to clap. So I guess we're allowed to clap if we're in agreement with the Board of Supervisors. But if we don't agree with the Board of Supervisors, we're not allowed to clap. Is that correct? I really would like to know what the rules are because we seem to change them on a daily basis. And then talk about civic engagement. I guess it's easier to have your opposition arrested than to listen to what they're saying. Isn't that what happened last week with Audra? You didn't like what she was saying, so you had a tantrum and had her arrested. Is that what America has come to? We're just going to...
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Kevin Stevenson. I see Jason Robo wants Dr. Rashad Ritchie to notice him. Anyways, speaking in regards to item 18, teleconferencing is very crucial to increasing public participation in our government meeting. It makes it so much easier for North County residents like me to comment on agenda items. Also, I should warn everyone, COVID cases are on the rise again, in case you didn't know, so I would encourage sane people to speak over the phone and stay the hell away from the awakened church cult. At this point, I'm almost convinced that those kooks exist exclusively to make COVID case and death rates higher than they need to be. There's no reasoning with them, so we must keep ourselves safe. Also, I think I heard Supervisor Desmond say that he was going to vote no on item 18. Can we get that on the record, the fact that he wants to end teleconferencing? Supervisor Desmond voted to force people from Valley Center, Fallbrook, and Borrego Springs to drive all the way to downtown San Diego to make their voices heard. That sounds good to put in a Tiffany Boyd Hodgson campaign ad, don't you think? Yeah. Anyways, that's all I wanted to say in regards to item 18. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from our next caller.
Hi, Supervisors. I'm Paul Hinken again. I think that item 10, promoting civic engagement, etc., is wasteful, harmful, and treats those generous enough to volunteer their time, which is most of them, as children. This item should be separated from the consent calendar for more thorough public debate and not buried in a partially non-public proceeding. Shame on you. This matter and a shocking number of others, both past and present, are not routine. What seems to be routine is the practice of putting non-routine matters on the consent calendar. I also think that items 4, the community land trust, and 6, approve the emergency housing solutions grant, are non-routine matters, and they should not be on the consent calendar. Now, if I may make a constructive suggestion, a good step would be identify routine matters in the title to take some of the guesswork out of it. Maybe subject routine or subject non-routine. Anyway, please remove items 4, 6, and 10 from the consent calendar. Now, item 17, leasing clinic space for the HHSA, Health Human Services. The overview says this lease includes the sexually transmitted diseases clinic. I think that you should pay for this from COVID funds since it's COVID that caused such an upsurge in STDs. Now, if I may, item 10, this recommendation.
Chair Fletcher, that concludes public comment on the items on the consent calendar.
All right, thank you to all of our speakers. We have a motion by Vice Chair Vargas, seconded by myself to approve the consent calendar. Please vote.
For the record, I'm going to vote no on 18.
He's going to record it.
Noting for the record that Supervisor Desmond has registered a no vote on item number 18. That motion passes with all board members who are present voting aye.
Thank you. We're going to take agenda item 27 first. We have some of our fiscal staff who need to get to work on the budget, and so we will take item 27, then we will do the rest of the agenda in sequential order, taking items 24 and 25 concurrently. But let's begin with item 27. I'll turn it over to Ebony for the presentation.
Thank you, Chair. If I can just have a moment to bring up the presentation. Thank you. Good morning, Chair and members of the board. I'm here today to briefly discuss economic conditions, the state budget, retirement assumption changes, budget performance through March 31st, and to provide a forward-looking outlook as we think about next fiscal year. We'll start by talking about several economic indicators, beginning with unemployment. In February of 2020, there were 50,000 employees or San Diegans rather, that were unemployed. As of the latest unemployment report on Friday, which captured data through April, I'm pleased to share that there were 47,000 San Diegans unemployed. So we're doing better than we were prior to the start of the pandemic. You can see this illustrated in the chart with San Diego County slightly below pre-pandemic unemployment levels. The labor force in April was about 10,000 individuals smaller than it was in February 2020. But for all intents and purposes, if someone wants a job today, they should be able to find one here in San Diego, and that's good news. That said, jobs have shifted away primarily from retail and tourism, and to a lesser extent, government, manufacturing, education, and healthcare. Instead, employers are doing their hiring in construction, transportation, innovation, and professional services across sectors. Now let's shift the focus more broadly to the U.S. economy on the next slide. We've highlighted rising inflation throughout this fiscal year and have seen the effect on supply chain constraints they've played out on the price of imported goods and the effect that international conflicts have also had on rising gas prices. Year over year, average prices for all local goods in San Diego increased by just under 8%. And through April, we saw that those increases have gotten to close to 8.5% in the U.S. We know that the Federal Reserve impacts to investments markets like Treasury yields, corporate bond yields, and mortgage rates. And it seems that the Fed is monitoring inflation as well and is using their tools primarily in the effective federal funds rate to try to control inflation. In March and then again in May, as you can see here in this chart, they raised the effective federal funds rate by 0.25%. And we know that these changes have ripple effects on other parts of the market, so it's important to monitor that. The Fed will continue to raise rates, but if U.S. GDP turns negative long-term, there's a question on what that action will look like. Long-term, we're also interested in how interest rates impact federal debt and the overall health of the economy, of course. The first 3 months of the calendar year already demonstrated that the U.S. economy is not growing as fast as it was previously, so that's something that we need to monitor closely. With that as a backdrop, we'll turn our attention to the state budget, and the governors may revise for additional policy insight. Earlier this month, the governor proposed a $300 billion budget to give Californians a blueprint for navigating many of the challenges that we face. And the good news is that the state has a budget surplus of $97 billion and is committed to using those funds on a one-time basis. As required by law, about half of that surplus is going to go to fund education and the state's budget reserve, leaving about $49 billion for discretionary spending. In his budget, Governor Newsom highlighted inflation, affordable housing, homelessness, as well as climate change as key issues of concern. And obviously, many of these issues align with your board's priorities and things that we're trying to address here locally. The revised budget also noted the economic outlook for the state. The Department of Finance believes that there will be slower GDP growth at the state level and expects that inflation levels will remain at least somewhat elevated through the rest of this calendar, or through 2023 actually. The forecast is optimistic, however, that state employment will fully recover to pre-pandemic levels by the end of this year or the start of 2023. County departments are still analyzing the specific departmental impacts of the governor's proposed budget, and within the next few days, the Office of Strategy and Intergovernmental Affairs will be providing a detailed analysis to your offices to summarize the anticipated impacts. As we look at these external forces, we'll turn our attention next to the county and walk through our own financial update, starting with retirement. This chart shows SD-SARA annual returns. And of course, as we've discussed in the past, we had a great 2021. But through April of this year, we're seeing negative returns of just under 5%. This is very different than the positive 7% return that was assumed by SD-SARA for us to meet this year. To keep all of this volatility in perspective, as of last fall, SD-SARA's long-term investment performance was 10% over 5 years, 8% over 10 years, and 7% over 20 years. We're investing our employees' retirement for more than just a few years, so we keep a long-term perspective. And with that said, the SD-SARA board received what is referred to as the Actuarial Experience Study, and the SD-SARA board voted to adopt all of the actuaries' recommendations. This report analyzed actual experience over the past 3 years and beyond, made assumptions to determine whether current economic and demographic assumptions in the pension are in alignment with macroeconomic trends and actual employment data of the county. These assumption changes touch many economic and demographic factors in the valuation report. Most notably, changes will lower the expected rate of return from 7% to 6.5%. With lower expected returns on the retirement fund, the retirement contributions are, of course, expected to increase since contributions come from the employer or investment earnings. These changes will be implemented with evaluation that ends on June 30 of this fiscal year. However, the impacts will begin in fiscal year 23-24. And I want to note that the impacts are anticipated to impact not just the county as an employer, but also the employees. Our financial projections anticipated some of the recommended changes that were made by the SD-SARA board, including reducing a long-term inflation assumption from 2 3/4 to 2.5%, and lowering the investment return from 7% to 6.5%. There were some recommendations, however, that we did not include in our multi-year projections that will need more time to analyze to communicate what the impact means to our organization, and that includes holding the inflation rate steady for cost of living adjustments for retirees. The plan is to work with our actuary to estimate future impacts to the county, and I will provide briefings to you once we have those projections available. Moving on to budget performance, our third quarter all fund balance projection is $255 million. And that's the table that you see here on the left. All of these variances are a small fraction of the county's total budget, totaling 2.7%. We're projecting here $130 million in the general fund of fund balance, and that's the orange line here. And then $125 million outside of the general fund in non-general fund balances, which I'm going to describe for you on the next slide. But we'll stay here and talk about the general fund for just a moment. So focusing again here on this slide, the chart on the right shows the anticipated sources of fund balance in the general fund by business group. General purpose revenue is expected to be $73 million higher than expected due to better assessed value growth, as well as higher pass-through distributions and residual balance estimates from redevelopment successor agencies. These additional amounts have been incorporated in the budget for the next fiscal year. And in addition, there are overall positive variances of fund balance in all of the business operational groups, including finance other, that are totaling $56 million. The fund balance projections for the general fund reflect the anticipated impact of FEMA revenues that will be deferred because we don't anticipate being reimbursed fully for all of our costs by the end of this calendar year. In total, projected general fund balance represents just 1.9% of the general fund budget. Moving on to balances outside of the general fund on the next slide, the non-general fund balance of $125 million is primarily due to positive variances in special revenue funds, which we see here on the bar chart here on the right. The special revenue funds include the Proposition 172 fund and the DPW Road Fund, Department of Public Works. There are also amounts that are projected in the Department of Public Works special district funds, ambulance and paramedic special district funds, and the next in our key internal service funds, and finally in the airport enterprise funds. There are no material variances to report for our capital or debt service programs. Many of the resources that are in these funds will be put to work towards supporting key investments or operational needs in the budget that we just released and discussed last week. We'll continue to leverage these resources and any other resources that are available outside the general fund as we move forward with budget development activities now and in the future. As we wrap up the third quarter performance section, I'll note that there are 16 recommendations before your board today that will authorize transfers, cancellations, as well as revisions to the budget that will result in a net increase to the general fund of about $2.3 million, and then an increase of $13.6 million to amounts outside of the general fund. Most of the budget increases are being supported by program revenues, with the exception of $400,000 of fund balance that is being used from the Sewer Maintenance District Fund. I'll close out the presentation on the next slide by looking ahead as we think about the next fiscal year. In 2 years, we've seen economic risks really come full circle. We learned how to deal with one economic barrier, COVID-19, and came through that. And now we face new economic challenges, inflation, and potential for future economic stagnation being caused by changing economic conditions. We've also seen how the economy is impacting retirement funds in the specific returns here. And I expect that we'll see negative market returns this year, even more significant than what we saw here today. We had a great year in 2021, and we are positioned to manage through this volatility, as well as those related to changing and economic and demographic assumptions, but there are going to be trade-offs to consider going forward. The county will meet its fiduciary responsibility to our retirees, and that's just a promise that we make for every new employee that starts here with the county. However, several layers of volatility mean that we have more risk, and it may require difficult budgetary decisions and programmatic choices of your board when we get to 23-24. Finally, as we discussed at the beginning of the presentation, there's also feasibility for long-term revenue concerns for the county. We're heavily reliant on state and federal resources, and while there is a state surplus this year, we're also concerned in monitoring slowing growth on the horizon, as well as sustained inflation and what that might mean to us. As you know, a large source of the county's revenue comes from intergovernmental source, and as we heard Helen point out last week, we should anticipate and be planning for a potential slowdown around this time next year. As we move forward into the new fiscal year, we will continue to keep your board apprised of any developments and changing economic conditions and financial risks as they come about. Subject to questions, this concludes my presentation. I do want to say that I have the finance directors from the respective groups here today, as well as the county's budget director, available to answer any questions that your board may have.
Thank you, Ebony and team, for the presentation. I think we're all acutely aware. I mean, the last few years have seen a roaring economy, perhaps a little too hot, and it has certainly put us in a position where we've been able to make a series of investments in some of our biggest challenges and issues while also maintaining appropriate reserves, knowing that an economic downturn is certainly likely. The severity of it is unknown. Can there be a soft landing that can help address inflation and get things a little bit more in line, where we headed towards a recession, or just things we don't know? But anyway, we have to be prepared for the impact of that, because as governments, when you have a downturn in the economy and a recession, your revenues go down because of the tax money, but your expenses tend to go up as more people are dependent upon the services and help we provide, which is why it's really important that we're mindful as we make these investments, that we're aware of what could come in the future, and we're in a position to be able to continue to meet the needs of the public, both in a good economy and potentially in a bad economy. We have a few speakers on this item. Let's hear from our speakers, and then I know my colleagues have some comments and questions as well.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 6 total requests to speak, 4 individuals in person and 2 requesting to speak by phone. Any members of the public that requested to speak on this item by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, all of whom are in opposition. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it's your turn to speak. I'd like to invite forward Audra, Mark Dorian, Alan C., and Jason Robo. Please begin your comments by stating your name for the audio record. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. You can come forward in any order.
Mark, first of all, no one's addressing what's really happening here. Everyone in the city who's too busy working, you have your meetings during the day, so they can't really go, thinks that you're a government. You're not. You're corporate officers. The corporation that you're part of, the United States Corporation in San Diego, incorporated as a subsidiary, makes money. So just like a pharmaceutical corporation doesn't really have a great interest in creating a cure, they'd rather create a treatment. You've created a situation where the people that are executives and higher up in your corporations are making tons of money while inflation is just destroying the country. And inflation is an accident. You never talk about it. People talked about it 50 years ago. It could have been solved. Basically, the Federal Reserve will lend money at an interest rate to the government. The government asks for something, perhaps for a military company for Ukraine, and it's charged at interest. Of course, the interest doesn't go into the bank account. So say it's Bell Helicopter as an example. So $10 billion goes to Bell Helicopter. All of us citizens owe interest on it. Bell Helicopter's executive might get $65 million a year. Some of the people here get an awful lot of money, but nowhere near that. While the regular person, of course, this causes inflation. Because the value of this money, the banks can lend 10 times as much money as they have as an asset, as a reserve asset in their bank. That means the 10 billion will turn into 90 billion. That comes out of the value of our money. We have to pay for it. It doesn't bother the guy making 65 billion. It's going to break our country, and you guys pretending that you're doing something about putting a Band-Aid on the problem while all your executives and corporations and programs make money is a joke.
Good morning, Alan C. Thank you to the board, Helen, for allowing me to show that video later on. I hope you stick around and hope I can do justice with that video. It'll be during my non-speaking agenda later on today, which actually worked out because now I can show my video. I thank the board for that. Okay, concerning library funds. One of many taxes on the November ballot will be tax for funding the libraries. And yet you're stealing the money from the libraries and moving stuff around just like we do every time where the voters will promise this, and you take the funds. It's going to be hard for a lot of voters to swallow when they see that you're actually taking money from the libraries and then turn around and ask for another tax bond for the libraries. It kind of throws everything off. You had up there also water bonds. Our fantastic governor is shutting down the climate waiver dams of electrical power and water reservoirs. He's actually shutting that down. So there goes our water bonds. San Vicente, we got that increase a few years back. That was a godsend. But yet our state right now is doing water rationing, power shutdowns, and now we have our own government right here is pushing the community's energy 100% renewables. Think about that for a minute. If you know anything about even a concept of how power works as people turn on the air conditioner during the day, you need that spike. You need to be able to adjust immediately. We shut down our nuclear power plant. We got one left. We're going to green energy. You have to go miles underground to pull up these lithium batteries, so the solar and the wind power will not keep up with the demand. As the electric car takes over, it will need charging. And yet you're taking away roads with our Transnet money for more buses, for more bike lanes. What will you do when the electric car takes over as you take away our roads? Look at how you're spending this money and watch it, because the people are realizing what's going on here and how many people are moving to Florida. Thank you.
Audra, so everything you do is totally bullshit. It's great. Yeah, because you're like, let's anticipate more COVID funds because we're going to continue to keep these people in an emergency for a faux pandemic that's really about the vaccinated and how you're vaccinating people with HIV and a bunch of, you know, snake venom and bacteria. It's great. But also, like, your climate change thing and sustainability, totally fictitious. You guys are full of it. And if you didn't buy into this, then you're not going to get your money because you guys love money. I love my buckets of money, and I mean, I offered Jim 11 cents and he didn't even want it, which is totally crazy because you guys love money. But I'm just wondering why you would have your budget meeting and then add this stuff after the fact when this was already like put out. So why not just address these things when you had your budget meeting? Instead, you wanted to figure out a way to get, you know, $15 more million just because. I mean, you realize that's our money, and you are continuing to push these things so that you can get more money and do nothing about it. Because you're not helping homelessness, you're, you know, trying to change everybody's lives with this climate crap that is going to be completely impossible to go to by 2030. And we already know that that Agenda 2030 is from the World Economic Forum, Nathan. It's not just a meeting. It's an actual, like, satanic group. You guys have sold your souls to the devil. It's great. It actually gets hotter in here when you guys walk in. Yeah, it does. Maybe if you would spend money on things that were actually worthwhile, things would change, and this county wouldn't be destroyed by every single one of your decisions.
Jason Robo. So yeah, COVID-19 showed you when you allowed it, before you used me as an excuse to destroy free speech further. Plandemic at plandemicseries.com, Plandemic Indoctrination, showed how Event 201, this was all pre-planned. And so that's a lot of your budget was about COVID-19. When you're taking all the money from the government, it's weird. But basically, if you're paying attention, you'll see this coming like a chick filming a porno doing a money shot. And yeah, I'm waiting for the Beta Sigma variant because this is all BS. The Nobel Prize winner Carrie Mullis said that the PCR test is nonsense and Fauci's a piece of shit. And yeah, I'm waiting for the psychopath test. Is that in the budget for you guys? That would be great. And yeah, lies, damn lies, and statistics. Unemployment, you have these numbers, but there's all sorts of variations of unemployment. I studied economics, I know a bunch of that stuff. There are people basically working crappy jobs because they need something and they're poor. So I wouldn't count that. Anyways, costs versus cares. I don't know. You care about money, not really the people. Mimes, you're like mimes. You just go through the motions and you grab onto these little acts. All based on biological boogeymen. And the Federal Reserve, yeah, money is debt. But yeah, you close the beaches, great idea. I guess, you know, tourism, the funds you might lose from that, you can get from people that want to sun their babyless bellies because you want people to come here to get abortions. Is that the new tourism? Your policies eat dicks like Jeffrey Dahmer. He did it, I didn't. Yeah, you like to exercise your authority, but you don't tell people to exercise. That would actually, if you cared about people's health, put that in the budget, or be involved in making the blue zones. And yeah, you say you care about people and all this LGBT equality. You don't care about black power, you care about people that lack power.
We'll now hear from those who requested to speak by phone. When it's your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted. You'll hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'd remind callers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll begin with our first caller, provided that they have called in. Andrew?
Thank you. Chair Fletcher, the two individuals that requested to speak by phone on item 27 have not dialed into the conference line at this time.
Thank you.
Chair Fletcher, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. Go to Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Chair. Ebony, thank you very much for the presentation and all the doom and gloom, and can't wait till next year. But I know somebody had to deliver it, but we all kind of watching the market and seeing what that's doing and how that's affecting our retirement program. But I had a question, and your charts aren't numbered. It's like the third to the last one. You've got there's a table and chart talking about general fund and non-general fund dollars. If you could pull that up. And this is the second time I got the presentation, so I apologize for more questions. But
So you're looking at the budget performance, third quarter results for other
yeah,
funds.
can we pull that up or get it up on the screen? On the special revenue funds, on the, I guess the vertical bar chart there, that 87.6 million, is that, you mentioned that's Prop 172 and DPW funds combined in there? Is that what I heard?
That is correct. Thank you for that question, Supervisor Desmond. The special revenue funds include amounts for Proposition 172, the special revenue fund, as well as amounts for the DPW special revenue fund, including amounts that were raised by this revenue allocations that were increased by the state for highway and roads.
I would like to ask, I guess, in the next presentations, that if you could pull out the DPW, you've got 2 or 3 other charts or special district funds, internal service. I get a lot from people, especially in the unincorporated areas, roads, 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 and roads is what I hear a lot of. And so if I could kind of track that DPW dollars maybe more efficiently. I know it's not the total amount, but if you could track that amount in the outside, if the 172 or the DPW could be pulled out of that 172 column and then make a new column with just DPW.
Thank you for that. I'll take that feedback for the presentation, and also note that Schedule A, page 4 of the attachment to the board letter also includes that detail.
Schedule A, page 4. Okay. All right, this one. Okay. Lots of, okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Vice Chair Vargas.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to say thank you for the thoroughness and all of the different transfers. I had one clarification that I needed, and that was on one of there was a cancellation and appropriations, and maybe I'm going too much into the weeds, $1 million from the capital project for the Smuggler's Gulch Basin. And I think that funding goes, I think the overall cost budget is at $10 million, but I think, is that because it's gonna, did you find it? You know what I'm talking about?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Yes, we had anticipated originally that we may be receiving $11 million in funds.
Okay.
However, we received $10 million, so this is just reconciling that so that we're accurately reflecting $10 million rather than $11 million.
Okay. All right. Other than that, that was just a clarification that I needed. Everything else, I just wanted to say thank you for the thoroughness in the budget and for all the great work during this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Thank you. This was extremely helpful. I actually just had a couple questions on a few of the different slides. If we could put them back up and I could flip you back to them. Okay, so yeah, so just on the special revenue funds where we have the biggest projected surplus, if you could talk a little bit more about what the source of those that surplus is.
The two primary areas that we're seeing in terms of special revenue funds are the Proposition 172 Special Revenue Fund, which is approximately $59 million of the amount that you see here. And then also in the Land Use and Environment Group, we have the Department of Public Works Road Fund. Let me pull that precise amount. $14.5 million. Thank you.
Thanks. And then on the retirement returns and changing assumptions, that's a pretty significant adjustment. So what are the implications of that?
Thank you for the question on the impact of the assumption changes. We are working with the actuary to model the impact of those changes, and we'll be reporting back to the board on what that means. But we certainly anticipate that it will mean an increase in contributions greater than what we are currently anticipating.
Got it. And then another question on, sorry, let me find it. I had a third question. I can't find it, so I'll follow up with you later. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Lawson-Remer. I'll make a motion to approve the recommendations in item 27. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion by myself, second by Vice Chair Vargas. Please vote.
Chair Fletcher, that motion passes with all supervisors who are present voting aye.
We're going to go to agenda item 21. This is a request to adopt an ordinance and resolution amending fees administered by the Sheriff's Department. We'll give staff a moment to change over. Let me ask if they have any comments they would like to make or presentation to make.
Good morning, Chair Fletcher and members of the board. The Sheriff's Department routinely evaluates operations to ensure it maintains a balanced approach to service delivery and the cost of doing business. The Sheriff's Department's request is to adopt an ordinance and resolution amending fees charged for numerous services in accordance with Board Policy B29, which requires the Department's responsibility for cost recovery. The recommended ordinance and resolution represent a comprehensive package of proposed changes to 36 licensing, permit, and service fees, resulting from an analysis of processing times and corresponding costs. I will now turn the presentation over to Jessica Marty, Licensing Supervisor for the Sheriff's Department, to describe fee adjustments pertaining to licenses, permits, and service fees. Jessica?
Thank you, Holly. The San Diego Sheriff's Department Licensing and Registration Division is responsible for the regulation and enforcement of more than 40 regulatory ordinances and other state-mandated licensing requirements within the unincorporated areas of San Diego County. The Sheriff's Department is authorized by Section 21.1901 of the San Diego County Code of Regulatory Ordinances to collect fees for the issuance of law enforcement regulated licenses and permits, in addition to collecting fees for copies of various documents and services. This year, the Sheriff's Department reviewed its regulatory and licensing fees and identified 35 regulations requiring fee adjustments and 10 determinations to maintain existing fees. One of the proposed fee increases relating to the concealed weapons license is seeking a B-29 waiver. The proposed increase is from $63 to $176 per initial application to recover processing costs. This new proposed amount is comparable to other county agencies throughout the state. This fee does not capture full cost recovery since it does not incorporate costs associated with background and investigation processing, as well as supervisory staff time to review each application. The department believes that residents of San Diego County who are in true need of the license should be able to apply without hesitation due to cost. The difference in cost will be absorbed internally by the Sheriff's Department. It should be noted, pursuant to previous board action on November 17th, 2020 and April 6th, 2021, the fees related to entertainment establishments, amusement parks, swap meets, casinos, and other outdoor assemblies were waived through fiscal year 2021-2022 in order to address disproportionalities affecting the events industry during the COVID-19 pandemic and to help facilitate economic recovery. Those fees will be reinstated at the rates approved in today's requested board action when the ordinance is enacted on July 14th, 2022. Lastly, this past October 6th and 20th, the board took action to approve county ordinances to facilitate ongoing operations of 5 existing medical marijuana collective facilities, in addition to providing economic access and equity to the cannabis industry. As referenced in that board item, when issuing cannabis operating certificates or for the transfer of such operating certificates, the sheriff will charge operating certificate applicants the cost for facilitating a license transfer. The sheriff has performed a fee study to establish the cost of several types of operating certificate transfers, such as processing a renewal application, adding a new owner or changing the corporation's name on an existing operating certificate, and adding new activities such as cultivation or manufacturing to an operating certificate. The proposed fees only impact the 5 existing cannabis facilities and will replace the medical marijuana operation certificate annual fee in the regulatory code, sections 21.102 and 21.1901. Once the County of San Diego implements the new socially equitable cannabis program, a new fee study will be conducted. To close, today's board action requests amending sections 21.102 and 21.1901 of the San Diego County Code of Regulatory Ordinances relating to Sheriff's Department fees. I will now turn it over to Jennifer Harmon, Sheriff's Regional Crime Lab Director, to discuss a request associated with fines collected for chemical testing involving DUIs.
Thank you, Jessica. The San Diego Sheriff's Department Regional Crime Laboratory is responsible for chemical testing, specifically alcohol and impairing. Sorry. The San Diego Sheriff's Department Regional Crime Lab is responsible for chemical testing, specifically alcohol and impairing substances associated with incidents that involve driving under the influence of alcohol and driving under the influence of drugs. Penal Code Section 1463.14A permits the collection of $50 from each fine associated with driving under the influence or reckless driving convictions to pay for the cost of drug and/or alcohol testing performed by the crime lab. To help recoup costs associated with testing, Penal Code Section 1463.14B permits the Board of Supervisors to authorize an additional penalty upon defendants convicted of driving under the influence of alcohol and/or drugs, California Vehicle Codes 23152 or 23153, of an amount equal to the cost of testing for these substances. This additional penalty is only in instances where the defendant has the ability to pay, and in no case shall the defendant be ordered to pay a penalty in excess of an additional $50. For purposes of this subdivision, ability to pay means the overall capability of the defendant to pay the additional penalty authorized by this subdivision, taking into consideration all of the following: present financial obligations, including family support obligations and fines, penalties, and other obligations to the court, reasonably discernible future financial position over the next 12 months, any other factor or factors that may bear upon the defendant's financial ability to pay the additional penalty. The Department of Justice shall promulgate the rules and regulations to implement the provisions of this section. It's important to note that these fees under the Penal Code are levied by the courts and the judge at the time of conviction. The Crime Lab's cost analysis indicates a cost of $113 to $121 per test, excluding indirect and personnel costs. Based on fiscal year 2019, 2020, and fiscal year 2020, 2021 data, the revenue received for chemical testing decreased 8% and 31% respectively. However, costs continue to increase based solely on supplies and services necessary to maintain the program. Today's request seeks the board's approval via resolution to impose the additional penalty of $50 pursuant to Penal Code Section 1463.14b to help offset the costs of testing. Today's proposed actions request approval of the following recommendations. Waive board policy B29 for full cost recovery related to concealed weapons license. Approve the introduction of the ordinance, read title, and waive further reading of the ordinance, an ordinance to amend sections 21.102 and 21.1901 of the San Diego County Code of Regulatory Ordinances relating to Sheriff's Department fees. If the board takes action as recommended today, then on June 14th, 2022, consider and adopt the ordinance at the second reading. Lastly, adopt a resolution of the Board of Supervisors of the County of San Diego relating to fines collected for chemical testing for drug and alcohol substances. Chair Fletcher and members of the board, this concludes our presentation, subject to your questions.
Thank you. I have a few comments on it, but let's hear from our public speakers first.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 10 total requests to speak, 4 in person and 6 by phone. I'd like to note for the record as well that we have 10 e-comments on this item, 9 in opposition, and 1 neutral. Any members of the public that requested to speak on this item by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, all of whom are in opposition. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it's your turn to speak. I'd like to invite forward Audra, Ren Bowden, Mark Dorian, and Jason Robo. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. Please begin by stating your name for the audio record.
Thank you, Chairman Fletcher. Honorable Board, I'm Ren Bowden, owner of Jack's Cannabis, one of the 5 legal licensed dispensaries here in the County of San Diego. 6 years ago, I paid my initial fees for my licensing, which equaled to about $10,000. Soon thereafter, our license was revoked, and then once again, it was reinstated through a vested rights. At that point, with no explanation and no other proof, we've had our fees changed to about $50,000 a year. At this point, we had asked for proof, and that's for the report that justified the $50,000, but unfortunately, nothing was able to be produced for us. So we've operated under those $50,000 fees for the last 5 years. After 5 years, now we have a new report that grossly exaggerates the time and man hours needed to monitor our licenses. We have changed since that beginning period. We've changed from a collective model to a for-profit model, which takes the burden of monitoring off of the Sheriff's Department here and actually puts it onto the state of California for the lion's share majority of all monitoring and reporting that we do. The number of man hours was reported was much, much higher than what is actually performed. We have about a quarterly inspection that usually lasts a little less than an hour, so 4 times a year. And we have a renewal that we sit down with them for about an hour while they count out our money and take in our documents. The report also shows about 144 hours of miscellaneous time, which is more than 1/3 of the total time of 354 hours that they claim is going to take to monitor us. So I'd like to know a little bit more about what this miscellaneous is. I think we need a much deeper look into this report. It doesn't seem justified. It doesn't seem consistent with what we're experiencing over the last 5 years. The cannabis fees that are collected are much, much higher than any other fees that you're looking at that are being reported right now. I mean, multiple times higher. They're also much, much, much higher than any other county in California. Thanks so much.
Audra, just like he's saying, I mean, it's like you guys want to make something legal so then you can just tax the shit out of them and be like, we're just going to make you pay a whole lot of money if you want to do this. And all of these contracts, like licenses and stuff you guys want to put us in are totally bogus. I mean, we don't need to engage with the government like we think we do. The fact that you want to raise the price of CCWs, no wonder, because everybody wants to own a gun right now. Wonder why? Huh. Nothing to do with what you guys are doing, making us feel like we have to protect ourselves, and like under the Constitution, we have the right to bear arms. It shall not be infringed. So this is totally bogus. People should just be able to carry a gun, like under the Constitution. And at some point, this county is going to go back to the Constitution, not with you guys here, because you don't even know what it is. You took an oath to uphold it, but, I mean, you probably haven't even read it, so it's cool. But how many guns do you own, Nathan? Probably a lot. And that's why we should be able to, too. And you shouldn't be raising the price of that. Nobody needs to be going and getting a license to own a gun. That is the right that we have that was granted to us by our Creator, not by you guys. And the fact that you want to, like, how much money does the Sheriff's Department already get to do all of these things that we pay for? And it's just another way to get more money out of the pockets of the people. And people need to stop going like, oh, I need to sign a contract to do this. No, I don't. We're free people. And until you realize that, you're going to continue to be under the thumb of the government. And that is not the way it's supposed to be. You work for us. You're spending our money. And we have the right to do what we want. So the fact that you think people need to get these CCWs,
Mark, obviously the fees going up is a scam as usual. This comes off of the inflation I was talking about before. And, but first I'll go into the fact that it sounds like you basically raised the fee for applying for to have a concealed weapon. Went up, what, half from what, around 120 to 170 something? It's like that's really a huge increase. You also, of course, made ghost guns illegal. That would have made it possible for poor people in the areas where there really are shootings and you can hear gunshots at night. And these people are in serious danger. And they can't defend their family. Of course, Newsom and the council knows this. They know that when real criminals come into your house, that they don't obey the law. They'll never care about it. They bought all of the 3D printers they could the first week. Hundreds of thousands of dollars worth with the best programs for the best guns and as many round clips as possible. And when several of them enter your house, no people with a 10-round clip and a Newsom pop gun are going to be able to defend their family. But people could have if you would let them print ghost guns. And that's really crucial in the poor areas. So this whole thing, raising the fees on people, it's a scam. It also is linked to inflation, of course, which doesn't bother the elite or the rich people or the people working for them in their scam at all, but is really, really harsh on people who are poor. And so again, it's the usual thing. You're raising taxes, you're raising fees. People aren't making any more. Inflation is out of this world. I have 15 seconds left, so let's see how the banking thing works. The twist that most people don't know is that when the bank lends the $10 billion and it turns to the $90 billion, for the bank, that's an asset. They get to lend out money they don't have, and they can, money.
Jason Robo, are you guys going to get a 900 number to call for emergency services? Is that the next fee? That would be interesting. And then, yeah, it's crazy how we have money to bomb the world, but you guys can't fund your operations on your own. You got to tax people. I tried to open the window earlier. There's no sign that says I can't open it. There's a bunch of ladies with a lot of perfume on, and then the deputy's like, I can't open the window. I don't know if that makes any sense. It would be nice if you guys brought the shades up back there, by the way, too. I don't know if anybody can help with that. I need a deputy. Cannabis, yeah, is based on the whole drug war is based on racism, so I don't see you guys preaching about that when you talk about socially equitable cannabis stuff. There's a show called Patriot Act with Hassan Minhaj, great show. Wish it was still on the air. I don't know what happened with Netflix, but he did one on cannabis dispensaries and showed how little black ownership there is. I don't know if you have that program. After you lock a bunch of black people up for legalized slavery through the 13th Amendment using cannabis as an excuse to harvest slaves, I think it would be cool if they could actually make money off of it legally or whatever. But yeah, concealed carry is, I think, important, but it's kind of goofy to like create a license for exercising your Second Amendment right. And then creating more fees on top of it. And then, yeah, you have all these issues with staffing. There's a bunch of people being forced into retirement that don't want to do the vaccines and stuff. And yeah, as far as DUI goes, you're drunk with power. So I think that might be relevant. Don't laugh, you're going to get kicked out by a deputy. Transit, if you care about it, like I said, increase transit hours. Maybe we need some sensitivity training. Some of your guys, I don't know if his name's Serrano, he's a fat old deputy with a big old turkey neck trying to lecture me when I try to come in the building. And then, yeah, they've let me in with a knife before, and I don't know, I get in with stuff because I have a Second Amendment and I'm ready to exercise it when I travel.
Now we'll hear from those who requested to speak by phone. When it's your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and you'll hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'd remind callers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. Provided that they've called in, we'll hear from our first caller.
Greetings and good morning, supervisors. This is John Baldwin. First off, can you hear me okay? I want to make sure.
Yes.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. My name is John Baldwin, as mentioned, and I'm calling as a concerned San Diego County resident and proud member of San Diego County Gun Owners in opposition to item 21 on today's agenda. Ultimately, adopting this item undermines current San Diego Board of Supervisors policy, established federal OMB guidelines, and infringes on San Diego County residents' ability to obtain CCW licenses. First, I'll quickly define what full cost recovery means in accordance with San Diego County Board of Supervisors policy B29. Full cost recovery in terms of fees is defined as the sum of direct costs plus departmental overhead costs plus external indirect costs is calculated pursuant to the Federal Office of Management and Budget Circular A-87 cost plan for the county. This is used to determine the fee structure for CCW licensing, which is currently set at $63 and a renewal fee of $21.52. The San Diego County San Diego County Sheriff's Department wants to weigh this in favor of what they view as fees comparable, quote unquote, comparable to large county agencies throughout the state rather than full cost recovery in an effort to process background checks. This would raise the price from the 63 as mentioned to 176 for the initial application and 25 for renewal, representing a whopping 179% cost increase. Now, the Sheriff's Department also claims in their equity impact statement they strive for equitable and positive outcomes in their communities, which means that services should not entail fees that create inequalities or inequities for our communities. It goes on to say that calculations for the fee increases are not meant to be cost prohibitive for individuals, especially members of our communities who suffer from economic inequality. I would ask, does a 179% cost increase help or hurt that statement? Finally, the Sheriff's Department is being neither transparent nor socially equitable with waiving established cost calculation guidelines, as their fee calculations so far have only been reviewed and determined by the county controller and county auditor. With an ordinance essentially affecting so many San Diego County residents, I believe these cost methodologies used to determine fees, quote unquote, comparable to other larger counties warrant much further public review, and perhaps tabling agenda item 21 for further public review and comment would be the prudent action taken by the.
We'll now hear from the next caller.
Eleanor, and I am opposing item 21. All these fees, fines, and taxes for permits are illegal, fraudulent, and unconstitutional. You want to make it more difficult for people, And we do not need to pay all of your fees and your taxes. It is illegal. You want to make it more difficult for people to buy and own guns so that they can't defend themselves. As soon as you see that something's working and people want something like the cannabis, you start taxing the cannabis owners so that you jump onto the bandwagon and collect money from things that you otherwise made illegal. We need a sheriff's department that is on the side of the people, not give more money to sheriffs who are violating their oath to the Constitution. So if people want to see any changes, they need to vote for Jonathan Peck for sheriff. He is a constitutional sheriff, and he will defend the rights of the people, because the sheriff's department is not doing that right now. I'm sure there are some sheriffs and deputy sheriffs who really do want to defend the Constitution, but they're being railroaded by the Board of Supervisors and others in the department who don't want them to exercise the constitutional rights and help the people. So again, these fines, fees, and taxes are illegal, fraudulent, and unconstitutional. You need to stop it, because you will be held accountable. You are wasting everybody's money and making it more and more difficult for people to afford anything. Yeah, I think I'll just wait till my time is up. You can let me know.
We'll now hear from the next caller.
Robert, for a permit increase of between 16 and 300%, will the wait time for approval reduce commensurately from a current somewhere between 100 days to 365 days for approval to a more reasonable 10 to 20 days? Background checks in the modern age do not take 90 to 100 days, given the integration of data sharing between local, state, and federal agencies. These fees are really a smokescreen to rake law-abiding citizens from their hard-earned money and push people trying to make a living into dependency on the government. County property taxes grow exponentially in time with a 2% per year increase. Everyone pays these taxes directly or indirectly, whether as homeowners or renters who get passed the tax from the landlord. The cost of living in this country is growing so fast that it is no wonder San Diego is the most expensive city to live in the United States. Oppose these fee increases to alleviate pain on the citizens, just as the county tax collector did during the 2010 downturn, rather than us footing the bill for government mismanagement. We are moving from freedom to slavery to the government under your watch. I also support Jonathan Peck for sheriff and Amy Reichert for District 4 supervisor. Vote no on this ordinance, measure 21. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from our next caller.
Bruce, looking over the proposed fee increases, there are two fees that stand out like sore thumbs. The first is the marijuana business fee, over $37,000 just to receive a facility operation certificate. No matter what kind of business, that is a way over exorbitant fee. Now, the most ridiculous fee increase is on the concealed weapons license, an increase of 179.4%. How can that be justified? Will tragedy pimps crawl out of their Soviet Potemkins, affordable, sustainable stacking packs, and yell mass shooting again? The Sheriff's Department's equity statement says it correctly that, quote, services should not entail fees that create inequalities or inequities for our communities. Fee increases are not meant to be cost prohibitive for individuals, end quote. The proposed concealed weapons license fee is $176. In Texas, the concealed weapons license fee is $40. In Virginia, the fee is $35 at a maximum. And both of those states are safer than California. Clearly, things are being done wrong here, as usual. Expensive licenses and any affordable license will not ensure protection from those who carry or drive or any other activity. It only aids criminals, the greedy, and opponents of the right to self-defense. For this item, you supervisors need to put aside any unconstitutional anti-gun agenda and instead get rid of the concealed weapons license fee altogether. No to all exorbitant fees and unnecessary licenses, especially fees that are prohibitive of the right to self-defense.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the final caller.
Good morning, Chair Fletcher and honorable supervisors. My name is Virginia Casey with Blue Water Government Affairs, representing the 5 licensed cannabis operators in unincorporated San Diego County. We have questions and concerns about all cannabis facility operation certificate fees being proposed today. $37,870 for an initial operation certificate is 43 times higher than the county's second largest license fee of $885 for an adult entertainment establishment license. In fact, if you were to apply for one of every other license type listed in Attachment D, a total of 33 distinct licenses, it would cost $10,865, or 71% less than the cost of just one cannabis license. Please note that these fees will be the highest of any jurisdiction in San Diego County, including the City of San Diego's fee of $20,802 adopted just a few months ago. The Sheriff's Department has been administering and inspecting these licenses for over 7 years, so data should be publicly available on the exact costs associated with processing and administering these licenses. Through a public records request on May 4th, we asked for these records, including any regulatory worksheets and workflow analyses completed by the department, which unfortunately were not included as part of the Sheriff's report today. On May 16, we received a notice that our records request had been extended by 14 days until May 30th. So we respectfully request that consideration of the cannabis fees only be postponed until we have received the requested records and can provide an informed response that gives us both the assurance that these fees are in compliance with Board Policy B29, represent cost recovery accurately, and are fully transparent to the public. Finally, as the majority of the cannabis businesses currently licensed by the county are in Supervisor Anderson's district, we would ask that this be continued to a date when he is able to attend and contribute to this discussion. Thank you for your time and attention today.
Chair Fletcher, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. Just a quick comment on fees in general. The nature of fees in government agencies is the entity that needs this permit will pay for it. Example, you need amusement rides need to be regulated. If you're going to take your kids to an amusement park, you want to know that they're safe. That requires an inspection. That requires a fee. If you don't have a fee structure, and that was provided at no cost, then all of San Diego taxpayers would be contributing to things that they may or may not use. And so the notion of having fees involved in government is a notion of having the individuals who are directly benefiting from the operations contribute the cost associated with it, as opposed to spreading that across the entirety of San Diego County. Folks who need an entertainment establishment license should pay for the entertainment establishment license. If we have no fee and they don't pay, then every taxpayer will be on the hook for paying some share or some portion of that. And so I think the notion of fees makes sense, and I think the notion as a county, a long-running practice of full cost recovery, ensures that those individuals who benefit from those industries or services pay the cost of them, and the remaining funds we have can go to the rest of the services that benefit everyone across the board. I will note on the concealed carry fee, it is a pretty significant and steep increase. I will also note that the board is recognizing that that is a constitutional right and is waiving full cost recovery to keep those fees lower than they otherwise would have been, consistent with the overall general county policy. And so I'm aware that it is a pretty substantial increase, but also noting that that is being singled out and treated differently than other fees in our system. On the cannabis issue, I have some concerns on this, in that the point that was made, it went from a number of years ago, before we were here, from 10,000 to 50,000 is a pretty stark increase without the underlying justification at that time. I wasn't here at that time, and so I don't know. I realize that it is decreasing a little bit here. I secondhand got an assessment done by the Sheriff's Department at kind of the justification for this cost, and I think this is what a few speakers alluded to. And there seems to be a little uncertainty or some questions surrounding what is outlined in the full cost recovery versus what the fee is. And I think it would be appropriate for us to spend a little bit of time diving into that a little bit more and understanding that in a little more depth. so we can get an accurate picture of the service provided, what the business owners actually engage and see, and then see if we can land the plane on a better understanding, at least, of what is being paid for. I also think as we move forward into changing our posture around cannabis, it'd be appropriate. Sheriff's Department will always be involved in the criminal aspect, the law enforcement aspect, in ensuring safety, but most jurisdictions have code compliance, do the routine monitoring and inspection and licensing. A lot of jurisdictions, even on the background checks, will hire retired folks to conduct those. And I think it would be in our interest as a county to work to develop a policy where we have code compliance, take over the functionality of this licensing fee, freeing up the Sheriff's Department from having to do it, and potentially significantly bringing down the cost. Now, that will take time to develop, and that's not going to help us in the interim. But I'd like to ask staff to work both with the Sheriff's Department and with code compliance, and as a part of our broader efforts around cannabis regulation, bring us back some options about actually having cannabis licensing done by county staff, freeing up law enforcement from that, and I believe that ought to lower pretty significantly the full cost recovery fee component of that. So with that direction going forward, I would like to pull out the cannabis licensing fee from what we are adopting today. Let us spend a little bit more time. I want to get a copy of what I have, but from the Sheriff's Department. I don't know. I assume it's from y'all, but someone else gave it to me. And just be able to have some conversations and kind of dive into that a little bit so the stakeholders involved have a better understanding and everyone has a better understanding of what we're doing. So I'll make a motion to approve the fee package in front of us minus the cannabis licensing fee, which we will hold over to come back and do that separately after a little bit of time.
And,
all right, and we have a second.
Chair Fletcher, if I may, that would require a change in the ordinance. So we want to either change the ordinance now to make it clear what's being adopted, minus the cannabis, or bring the whole thing back. So
no, just change the ordinance. Just take out the cannabis.
You got it. Okay, then we'll make all conforming changes necessary to do that. Should we leave it as the prior marijuana fee at $49,460 that it was, and it was unchanged?
We can leave it unchanged, and then we can come back at a future board meeting. Not forever board meeting. Like, this doesn't need to drag out forever. It's already been continued once, and come back and then just adopt the cannabis component separately.
We'll change everything with that in mind.
Perfect. Thank you, Council. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate the opportunity here. Yeah, I've always hated the way government handles fees. Because, you know, I get the full cost recovery and how we want to have people who are doing certain specific things not have everybody else pay for those things, but for those entities or persons, you know, exercising their rights in different ways to pay, you know, some of that share, if not all of it in some cases. But what really kind of gets me is the last time, even with the CCWs, it was June 27th of 2017. It was 5 years ago that there was any sort of an increase at that time of year. And it seems that in all government, I did this in the city of San Marcos, and I hated it there too. It's like we should have, if we're going to have fees, and we know inflation's going to be, we should have like a 1% or 2% or something that annually steps up the fees with inflation, is instead of having to come back in 5 years and then it looks astronomical from 60, you know, it's 170% or something pointed out. I think that'd be a much easier way to do things as opposed to always, you know, just coming back 5 years, and it's too long of a time, and then we have these big increases. And then even on the CCW, as the chair pointed out, it doesn't incorporate the full cost associated with the background and investigation processing, time spent, you know, the background checks and things like that are done. It doesn't even have that. So I know you've got an amendment already. I was wondering if we could put an amendment in here for this increase, which is $63 to $176, if we could put that in over a 3-year period. And put that in, kind of glide slope that up, because it is astronomical as far as the amount. And maybe look at in the future to putting some sort of on all the fees, putting some sort of escalator on there that's reasonable that increases them, so we don't have these dramatic increases coming before us every 5 years.
I agree. Annually is a better way to do it. I mean, I suspect there's been some reluctance by past boards not wanting to do any increases, and so it gets parked, and then we're stuck in the situation we're in. But let me ask, is this an annual process? For whoever.
We had every intention of coming forward prior to COVID-19, and obviously priorities shifted a little bit. We brought these fees forward under board direction for the cannabis fees as well, and just thought it would be efficient to bring all of them together.
But generally speaking, absent COVID, this would be an annual process, so we would see annual increases and not
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, the
Let me-
last one was in 2017.
Yeah. 2017
So
was a little before
that's
COVID.
way before COVID.
It was a little before COVID. Helen, did you want to add something?
Chair Fletcher, let me just clarify that the auditor controller has to do a fee analysis every year on our fees. In this particular case, the Sheriff's Department chose not to bring the fees forward for the last few years since 2017. That is certainly the
But then we have a
Sheriff's
huge
choice.
increase.
I understand. So I'm just explaining the process. But I want to make it clear that all the other departments that are not run by an elected official do come back because the board has requested us now to come back annually. And your point about the prior board, that is true, but this board has made it very clear you want an annual review. In terms of the escalator, that has been raised before, and I believe council needs to weigh in here because we've been told that legally it has to be the full cost recovery and looked at annually, but perhaps, Lonnie, you could either look into that, or if you know the answer, respond to that today.
Yeah, this is for the concealed weapons license fee phase-in? Is that?
I think he's saying all fees.
Just in general, do we have an option to phase in if there are increases over a certain amount? Can we do it?
We couldn't do it today. We're not prepared to do it today for sure, and we can analyze whether.
I think the question is, can we do escalators, or do we have to review and
We'll come
have
back with that.
full
It's
cost
tricky on
recovery?
tax law. We'll come back with that as far as it turns out.
Okay, so Supervisor Desmond, let's do this. If we adopt it today and we give council some time to explore, is there a way to phase that in over time? Because it's not going to go in immediately. Is that correct? What's the effective date of this?
June.
The second hearing would be on June 14th, and then the ordinance would be effective 30 days after that. Council can correct me if that's wrong, but that's my understanding.
So could we approve it today with a 3-year glide slope on this fee, because it's 170%?
Council, can we
On this
approve
particular
first reading today with that increase being phased in over 3 years?
The increase just on the 176 CCW, you'd have to be specific.
Okay, so it would specifically be the increase phased in over 3 calendar years.
Okay, and the language would be added to the ordinance. This increase would be phased in over 3 calendar years, beginning on the effective date.
Okay.
And then we'll just write that in.
Thank you.
Happy, let me ask the seconder. Okay. Okay. And then the expectation, obviously, moving forward is every year we want to deal with these every year, because again, it just backs it up, and then you see pretty significant jumps. So.
Sure.
Yeah, Vice Chair.
And then maybe just no amendment or anything, but I would like to see that if any of the electeds that are not interested in bringing this forth, that they make a memo as to why they're not presenting this to us, because otherwise it creates a problem for us later on. So I would like to know if the Sheriff Department does not want to provide us this audit, then they need to let us know why.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'll make sure that is conveyed. Thank you.
Okay, so here's what we're doing. We've got a motion and a second to approve the fee package minus the cannabis fee. We will come back and deal with that one separately. We'll spend a little bit of time unpacking that issue and understanding that issue, not dragging out months and months and months into the future, but doing that along with direction to staff to explore the establishment of a cannabis licensing administered by code compliance to relieve the Sheriff's Department of that burden and probably bring us more in line with other jurisdictions and their annual fees. The second thing is adopting this today with the explicit understanding that the CCW fee increase will be phased in over 3 calendar years, starting with the effective date when it goes into effect. With that, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
That motion also amends the associated ordinance that is in compliance with that direction. The motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present voting aye.
We're going to go ahead and take up item 22. I want to be respectful of Sandag staff that are here and their time, and we'll hear from them with the presentation. We'll hear from our public speakers. We'll adopt this item. At the conclusion of item 22, we will break for lunch, but let's go ahead and begin item 22. Let me ask Supervisor Lawson-Remer if she has any initial comments she would like to make. This originated with the board letter she brought forward.
I do. Hold on. Let me get organized. I first just want to thank the team for the great work. I think it was a really helpful report, and I think we've made a lot of progress. I definitely have a number of sort of specific questions, but I'll wait till we have the presentation before I ask my questions. But I think big picture, I think this just is such an important initiative that interconnects so many elements of the work that we do here at the county. And it's really looking to how we can ensure that folks who are homeless or facing mental and behavioral health challenges are getting the services and help that they need instead of being put in our jails as a frontline response, and often just ending up in a cycle of recidivism that burdens our taxpayers, it burdens our jails, and nobody gets any better and nobody improves. And I think what's really extraordinary about this effort is that this is taking a really thoughtful, methodical, data-driven approach to really thinking about how we can do this work better for everyone in our community, and asking our Health and Human Services and our public safety departments and groups to work hand in hand, which too often have been siloed. So I think this is just a really important initiative, and I really want to thank the advisory group, really extraordinary collection of individuals in our community who've done a tremendous amount of work to provide input and feedback, and they've been doing this work for decades, and it's just wonderful to have an opportunity for them to lend their expertise as we go through this process of figuring out how we provide these services in a more effective and cost-efficient way and try to reduce the cycle of recidivism in our county. So again, I'm excited to see this moving forward, excited for all the work of the whole team. I know you have been working really, really hard on this, and just looking forward to the report, so thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Fletcher and members of the board. On October 19th, your board took action directing the CAO to hire an independent contractor to conduct a data-driven analysis of how jail populations changed during the pandemic. The board asked for policy interventions and investment recommendations aimed at safely and permanently reducing jail populations, and recommendations for short and long-term actions to expand access to alternatives to incarceration for individuals who do not pose a public safety threat. SANDAG was awarded the contract to analyze data further, lead community outreach and engagement, and ultimately make recommendations for investments to advance alternatives to incarceration. The Public Safety Group returned to the board with preliminary data on February 8th. A little over a month later, on March 15th, your board received a preliminary report and presentation from SANDAG that included project goals and related research questions, an explanation of how they would answer the research questions to achieve each goal, a timeline of monthly milestones, and plans for community engagement. With me today are Behavioral Health Services Director, Dr. Luke Bergman, Andrea Pella, the county's Director of Prevention, Diversion, and Reentry, who will describe a recommendation included in today's action for additional investment in behavioral health court, and Dr. Cindy Burke of SANDAG, who's returning to the board today to update you on their work. I'll now turn the presentation over to Dr. Burke.
Good morning, Chair Fletcher and Board of Supervisors. I'm very happy to be here today to share with you the progress we've made on this project. Next slide, please. Community engagement and feedback is an important part of this project. Applications for the ATI Advisory Group were distributed in March, and we received a total of 88 applications. These applications were reviewed by 7 community members who graciously donated their time to make their recommendations for a diverse group to advise us throughout the course of this project. This slide shows the names of the 14 individuals on our advisory group, as well as some of the pictures they shared with us that shows the diversity we have, including those with lived experience, as well as working in the field of reentry. Next slide. We held our first advisory group meeting on April 12th, and our next is scheduled for this Thursday, the 26th. Meetings are virtual and open to the public to watch in real time. In addition, recorded meetings are available to watch later on our project website. At our first meeting, data from the initial interim report were shared, as well as a draft of our community survey. We are currently in the third week of our community survey, and to date, we've received 1,600 surveys. A multi-pronged outreach plan has been used to get the word out about the survey, includes additional non-electronic methods suggested by our advisory group per the feedback we received from this board in March. Snowball distribution refers to the method of having individuals share information about the survey they know, which results in one person telling another and so on. If you're listening to this presentation and haven't completed the survey yet, I encourage you to. Next slide, please. Our focus on this initial interim report was on research goals 1 and 2. This table shows which questions could be answered by mid-April, which were answered with a proxy, and which could not be answered. 3 questions had to be answered with a proxy measure, which meant it could not be compiled from the database that we use from the county, which is called the MAI. These included who was in jail, sentenced, and unsentenced. This is because the MAI is a dynamic database that is continually updated, and a historical reconstruction of who was unsentenced or sentenced at any point in time was not feasible. The proxy was to summarize data that had been provided to the California Board of State and Community Corrections by the Sheriff's Department. The second question related to where individuals who are booked lived. The home address of the individual's books is not collected for research or mapping purposes, and as a result, was not immediately at the level of quality to analyze or map. As a proxy for this report, we summarized information regarding which agency made the arrest that led to the booking and how it varied pre-COVID to during COVID. Third, data related to the underlying needs was not available due to HIPAA rules protecting client confidentiality. As a proxy here, we shared data compiled from Sandag's substance abuse monitoring study. We also shared trend analysis of data provided by the sheriff with the BSCC regarding inmates who received mental health assessments, medication, or were assigned to a mental health bed. Finally, 2 questions could not be answered. This included if someone was sentenced or unsentenced by race or ethnicity, since the data on sentencing status was only available in the aggregate. We were also unable to look at length of stay by mental health status, again, because of the privacy of the data. Turning to the data, as has been shared previously, jail bookings dropped considerably during the pandemic, with a monthly average number of around 6,600 bookings pre-COVID, which dropped 42% to the during time period when the monthly average was just over 3,800. As described in our report, we documented at least 7 factors that could be related to the drop in booking numbers to some degree. However, because these varied during the pandemic and were also occurring concurrently, the ability to tie any one factor with a certain decrease is not possible. We were able to show through, though, from the data shared by the sheriff with the BSCC, that the population of who was housed, including those who were sentenced or unsentenced for a felony or misdemeanor, decreased from pre-COVID to during COVID, with the largest changes for misdemeanors, followed by those who were sentenced for felonies. The smallest decrease was for unsentenced individuals booked for a felony, which also comprised the largest proportion of the jail population pre-COVID and during COVID. It should be noted that in both time periods, individuals booked for a felony rather than a misdemeanor made up about 9/10 of the incarcerated population. This next slide turns back to looking at how bookings into jail changed over time. It's important to note that booking data varies from the data on the jail population because about 1 in 4 individuals are detained less than 24 hours in our jails who are booked. That percentage was 23% pre-COVID and 29% during COVID. As this graphic shows, a greater proportion were booked for a highest charge that was a felony or a violent offense during COVID compared to the pre-period, and in addition, a smaller percentage were booked for a drug offense or a warrant. Looking more closely at the most common charges associated with a booking into jail, regardless if it was the most serious charge or not, we found that the top 20 was included in 4/5 of all bookings, both pre-COVID and during COVID. As this table shows, 8 of the charges were related in some way to alcohol or other drugs, 6 were related to a violent offense, 3 to a property offense, and 3 to violating some term of community supervision. The 6 that are bolded highlight the 6 most common of the 20. And of these 6, the only type to show a significant difference from pre-COVID to during COVID was possession of a non-narcotic substance, which went from 12% of all bookings to 2% during the COVID period. Turning to data on length of stay, please note that the bars present the mean, which is what many of us think about when we think average, looking at the length of stay for all individuals and dividing by the number of individuals that we included in that sample. And the pink line shows the median, which is used when a distribution is skewed and the mean can be overly affected by low or high values. I'd like to highlight that the mean length of stay for all booking reasons decreased from pre-COVID to during COVID, as did the median with one exception. The median for individuals booked for our highest charge for a property offense was 4 for both pre-COVID and during COVID. One can also see that, as one would expect, average length of stay was longest for weapon and violent offenses and lowest for drug offenses and other charges. Other charges do include violations for community supervision. One of the requested analysis in the original request for proposals included looking at how length of stay varied by race and ethnicity. This slide shows the data we compiled to answer this question both pre-COVID and during COVID. As you can see, while length of stay did decrease for all groups, the mean length of stay did vary by an individual's race, ethnicity, with Black African American individuals having a higher mean and median length of stay compared to other groups. This next slide digs a little bit deeper on these data, supplementing what was presented in our initial interim report. As you can see here, and has been presented elsewhere, Black African American individuals and Hispanic, Latino, Latina individuals are overrepresented among the jail populations both pre-COVID and during COVID compared to the proportion of the San Diego County population. We wanted to better understand why the lengths of stay also varied by race, ethnicity. This slide shows for both pre-COVID and during COVID, for each race, ethnicity, what types of charges the groups were booked for. Looking first at pre-COVID, you can see that white individuals were less likely to be arrested for a violent offense and more likely to be arrested for a drug offense compared to other races, ethnicities. This pattern was similar, though less dramatic, during COVID. During COVID, Black, African American, and API individuals were more likely than the other groups to be arrested for a violent offense and less likely to be arrested for another offense. The simple analysis does not use regression to understand the relative weight of different factors that could account for variation in length of stay, nor does it speak to any actual base rate of behaviors in the community. But it does show that race, ethnicity is confounded with booking charge to some degree, that race, ethnicity appears to not be the only driving factor for the length of stay variation, and that further examination is needed. Turning to the needs of the detention population, as previously noted, data regarding assessed need cannot be accessed due to privacy concerns. As a proxy, we share data from a SANDAG study that's been conducted now for over 2 decades that involves going into local detention facilities 6 months out of the year to interview individuals who are in jail within 48 hours of their booking, and also collecting a voluntary urine sample for drug analysis that cannot be tied back to them in any way, the SAM study. As the slide shows, in 2020, more than 4 in every 5 adult males and just over 2/3 of adult females tested positive for at least one drug. Drug testing includes marijuana, opiates, methamphetamine, cocaine, crack, and PCP. The primary drug of use by the greatest percentage of individuals interviewed as part of the SAM project was meth, and it has been historically. And you can see how the rates are much higher than they were even back in 2000 when we first started the study. As this slide shows, for the past 3 years, over half of adult males and females tested positive for meth. It's also important to note that testing positive for a drug is not associated with any one type of highest booking charge. As this figure shows, from 72% to 83% of individuals arrested were positive for at least one drug in 2020, regardless of why they were booked into jail. Turning to mental health issues, we asked individuals we interviewed 2 questions regarding mental health. The 3 bars for each question represent 2018, 2019, and 2020 data, and show that the percentage reporting an overnight stay increased in the past 3 years to 31% in 2020, and those reporting ever being diagnosed was 37% most recently. Because it's possible that many individuals have not received treatment or have been diagnosed, it's likely that this is an underestimate. Incarcerated individuals were also asked about their most recent housing status prior to their arrest, and also if they had ever been homeless. In terms of recent status, the percentage reporting they were primarily homeless in the last 30 days decreased in 2020, possibly because of the increased number of beds provided to this population during the pandemic. However, the proportion saying they were ever homeless increased slightly to 70%. Delving a bit deeper, individuals who were arrested for a highest charge for a property offense were significantly more likely to say they were more recently homeless as well as ever. The last analysis I'd like to share pertains to a question in the project RFP regarding what proportion of people booked into jail received mental health or substance use treatment in the 18 months prior to their first booking, and also how many of these individuals went on to have additional bookings. This is an analysis where we were actually able to merge the BHS and Justice data, which I believe may be the first time that we've done that, at least as part of this project. When considering this analysis, it's important to remember that not receiving services does not mean a need does not exist, and also that an individual could have received services from a non-county provider. This first graphic shows that when we looked at the first booking of individuals pre-COVID and went 18 months back, 16% had received some type of county-funded mental health or substance use treatment. 2/3 of these individuals just mental health, about 1 in 5 substance use treatment only, and 14% had received both. When one considers the almost 88,000 individuals this included, 13% had received mental health services overall, and only 5% had received substance use services overall. Doing the same analysis for the during COVID period, we found that only 11%, compared to the 16% on the previous slide, had received some type of county-funded mental health or substance use treatment. A greater percentage, 79% versus 66 of these individuals, received only mental health, about 1 in 10 substance use treatment only, and 9% both. When one considers the 32,000 individuals this included, 10% had received mental health services overall, and only 2% had received substance use services overall. The research question we were directed to answer also asked if those who had received services were more or less likely to have continued contact with the system. Our measure of continued contact was booking into jail, and as this slide shows, we did find that for both time periods, those who had received county treatment of some kind were more likely to be booked more than once. Not surprisingly, there were fewer bookings for both groups during COVID than pre-COVID. It's important to note that many individuals may have a need that did not receive services, and that correlation is not causation. And this slide does not mean that receiving services leads to justice system contact, but rather suggests that those with a greater level of need may end up with continued contact, which supports ongoing discussions of how these needs can best be met. These last 2 slides offer some takeaways from the data that I've shared today. First, almost 2 out of every 5 bookings include an alcohol or drug-related charge, and the majority of individuals booked have recently used a drug. The takeaway from these data supports the need to explore opportunities to expand or implement programs to better address underlying substance use needs. Second, when considering the median length of stay, most individuals are in jail for less than 3 days, and about 1 in 4 are less than 24 hours. From this, we recommend researching best practices and programs for options to incarceration that may be more cost-effective than booking and releasing individuals very soon after. Third, we saw that the median length of stay for those with a property crime did not decrease during COVID, and those booked for a property offense were more likely to report a history of housing instability. From this, we recommend exploring if the length of detention for this population can be decreased and how housing needs can best be met. Fourth, most individuals who are incarcerated are there because of a felony and not a misdemeanor. From this, it's important to note that regardless of alternatives to incarceration for low-level offenders, part of a continued reform needs to focus on those individuals and what is needed for their successful reentry after incarceration. And finally, as noted earlier, there have been some challenges obtaining valid and reliable data to answer questions of interest, not because of any lack of cooperation, but due to the nature of archival research and the data that are merely collected. As a result, we will continue to answer questions with available data, make data recommendations regarding data requirements, and work with the county on goals and timelines. In terms of our next steps, we will be analyzing and summarizing the results of our community survey and holding community forums in the coming months. We will also be compiling information on best practices and policies locally, nationally, and internationally, matching law enforcement contact data from ARGIS with the MAI data and acquiring data that we can on need from the probation department, documenting regional service availability and conducting a gap analysis, and compiling data and conducting the cost study. Our next return to your board is scheduled for October 25th. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Luke Bergman with Behavioral Health Services.
Thanks very much, Dr. Burke. I just want to highlight a couple of things about our recent work in the crisis diversionary sector of the larger behavioral health continuum of care. The emphasis in thinking to date has been that crisis stabilization units and sobering services to which intoxicated people can be brought to rest and become more stable will be effective mechanisms to divert in a case-by-case fashion and with specific charges in mind instances of what would otherwise be likely jail booking. And indeed, we see ample usage of these services by law enforcement and compelling testimony that they play this role and have impacts on reduced jail bookings. Thus, as outlined in the fiscal year 22-23 recommended operational plan, we're proposing to increase investments for sobering services in the central region for additional beds for people with higher acuity needs, including those with methamphetamine intoxication. And we'll be gathering and analyzing additional utilization and outcome data to inform service capacity and design, including hours of operation. And since opening last October, the new CSU in Vista has seen over 2,100 people, and 30% of referrals were facilitated by law enforcement drop-offs. The North Coastal Live Well CSU in Oceanside has served 100 presentations, and 60% have been law enforcement drop-offs. We expect to see similar numbers as we continue to establish CSUs across the county. These pathways into care are clearly good for people who would have otherwise been in a putative custodial setting far from their networks of support. These are unequivocal successes. But we also want to point toward a broader view of the importance of these services in the context of alternatives to incarceration. Namely, these diversionary services are not only good for the public health because they represent instances where there's an alternative to booking someone in jail, but because they will make behavioral health care more accessible to everybody, and in particular populations who are disproportionately impacted by the social determinants of health, and thus at greater risk over the lifespan of being under law enforcement surveillance or being locked up. So both now and over the long term, as upstream interventions driven not by potential charges but by clinical need, these services will contribute to reductions in justice involvement across our community. We look forward in the future to expanding analytic efforts that are part of ATI to capture these dynamics. And now I'd like to hand it over to Andrea Pella.
Thank you, Dr. Bergman. Thank you. Good morning, or good afternoon, Chair Fletcher and members of the board. SANDAG's interim report's initial analysis of behavioral health related data shows a disproportion of people with mental health needs in custody persisted even as jail populations were reduced during the pandemic. To that end, part of the board item before you also includes recommendations related to the county's behavioral health court diversion program. Today's action would add capacity to that program to serve a new population of clients found incompetent to stand trial, whose criminal behavior is directly linked to their mental illness, and who can safely and effectively be supported with community treatment. The program's two tracks, Behavioral Health Court Probation and Behavioral Health Court Diversion, both are programmatically the same, but participants in the diversion program have their proceedings suspended in favor of monitored community treatment and their cases dismissed if they successfully complete treatment under the state's mental health diversion statute. The program is guided by and funded primarily through the Department of State Hospitals. Additionally, in response to board direction in December, Public Safety Group worked with Justice Partners and Health and Human Services to review program costs, benefits, and size, and plan to increase the capacity of Behavioral Health Court Probation Program from 60 to 75 participants. $500,000 is included in the fiscal years 2022 to 2024 CAO recommended operational plan for HHSA for this expansion. These efforts will create alternatives to incarceration for some of our most vulnerable population. In addition to these ongoing county efforts, the Public Safety Group, with previous board authorization, applied for up to $6 million in Proposition 47 grant funds to provide persons leaving custody with reentry planning, peer-led care coordination, system navigation, housing, and employment services. This program design is an expansion of a current program called the Community Care Coordination Program, also known as C3. If awarded, the targeted population would include any person leaving custody with a history of behavioral health diagnosis. The services would include immediate transportation to temporary housing with the goal of obtaining permanent housing, connection to mental health and/or substance use treatment, and connection to employment opportunities. Grants will be awarded in July of this year, and the funding would cover from September 2022 to June 2026. I will now turn it back over to Holly Porter. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Today's recommendations include receiving SANDAG's initial interim report on data-driven alternatives to incarceration, authorize the Deputy Chief Administrative Officer to amend the contract with the Department of State Hospitals to increase the grant amount and extend the contract term by 1 year for the pretrial felony mental health diversion program. Lastly, to waive Board Policy B29, which requires docketing revenue contracts at least 60 days prior to the effective date of the contract. Chair Fletcher and members of the board, this concludes our presentation, and we welcome your questions.
Thank you all for the presentation. Let's go to our public speakers, and then we'll come back to the board.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 10 total speakers on this item, 4 in person and 6 by phone. I'd also like to note for the record that we received 2 e-comments, both in favor. Any members of the public that requested to speak on this item by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. I'd like to invite forward Audra, Mark Dorian, Alan C., and Jason Robo. I have 2 minutes to address the board. Please begin by stating your name for the audio record.
Audra. So, I mean, as we all know, I was in Las Colinas last week. Thank you, Nathan. It was fun. Yeah, and you're putting people in there that don't deserve to be in there. And you're letting criminals go. It's fantastic. You know, and it's like a bunch of people are high and stuff, and then you leave them in there for a few hours, and then they just go back out onto the street and do, you know, what they were already doing. I mean, asking for the next convenience store, they're looking for alcohol, but you're not helping them from there. You're just like, let me detain you and keep you for 6 hours and then let you go so you can come back so then we can pretend that we're not causing the issue and we need more money to help what's going on. I feel like you guys are engaging in racketeering. Is that illegal? Not if you do it, right? Like, you could do that. But if somebody else does, then it's like, oh, or if you just want to speak freely, let's just throw them in jail. Or if you clap, or if you laugh, or whatever it is, right? And then let's just let, like, pedos go. Oh, you're not a pedophile anymore. Do you know why? Because you're only, you know, 9 years older than her. It's great. Yeah, it's fantastic. And, I mean, COVID policies are the things that have created your issues with this for you using these as, like, holding facilities for people, and COVID's BS, so there's more racketeering for you. And also, yeah, I mean, but we're letting criminals go. And you know what I'm gonna say? And I'll leave right afterwards. But James Canning battered me, and nothing was done. I was assaulted by your staff, and nothing was done about it, Nathan. Yet you want to throw me in jail for my constitutional rights. Just shows where this county's at.
Mark, as far as equity goes, we're all going to be bankrupt by the inflation, and as far as your programs go, you mentioned stakeholders. It's important for people to realize that when Nathan mentions stakeholders, he doesn't mean people who live in an area or have any personal interest. If everyone, for instance, in South Park doesn't want bike lanes and the businesses are complaining that they don't have any parking for blocks and blocks around their businesses near where Rebecca's Cafe used to be, coffee house, they don't care. You're not a stakeholder. It's people who buy bonds or have an interest with the government. So if everyone in an area doesn't like something, it doesn't matter to these people. As far as mental health care and incarceration goes, well, Jim was talking about incrementally raising things like fees. Well, they're incrementally raising the property tax. What people don't realize is 2% a year means in 30 years, when most of the people here that are around 50 or 60 die, their kids will get their house at the full 1 point, whatever it is now, 1.9. It was 1% plus school fees, blah, 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 and more will be added. That means basically that they'll be paying off the property again over 90 or 100 years on what is now called an average $1 million house. So, whereas usually they might have paid under $1,000 a year for property tax, they'll be paying $10,000 a year. This is a big difference. It means you're paying off your property again and you never really own it, which is the goal, of course. And so it's obviously a really bad idea, incrementally increasing things compared to inflation. The people can't keep up with it, and they already aren't. And of course, your policies produce the 40% of the lack of the economy that's putting people in jail, making them stressed and ill.
Thank you.
Hello, LNC. The one word that popped out to me is equity. Are we pushing based on race, or are we looking at equality? That's what should be up there, not equity. No. You should not be deciding by a person's race or the circumstances to solve, whatever incarceration. But again, let's look at the source. Why do people go into jail, and why is, Dr. Burke, most of them seems to have drug offenses? You just, Chair Fletcher, you just said to, let's back off the fees on cannabis sites. Isn't cannabis part of the problem? And yet somebody called in saying, let's use part of that tax money to discourage cannabis use on the youth, and yet we're funding the cannabis. So it kind of like goes against the grain here. Our own FDA, they've authorized opioids for 20, 30 years. It's still not stopped. Isn't opioids a problem with the drug use, doctor? Yeah. And it connects with the mental illness. So is most of the mental illness because of the drug use and not inherited from the family? Yes, you'll probably find that that's really what's going on. So please stop calling these people mentally ill. It's a drug issue, and that needs to be looked at. As I draw the chart before, our beautiful deputies here are fantastic law enforcement. You're tying their hands up. When you're saying they bring the criminals in, and then now you're gonna give them a home and give them all that. And here's my chart again. As you let people go, the lines go back up on crime out in the streets. We've seen all these recent shootings. They were previously incarcerated, and yet they weren't jailed. They weren't put away. So as the drug use leads to more charges from theft to murder to support their habits. The bigger picture. Thank you.
Jason Robo, yeah, data-driven. This is interesting. I feel like the point was made. It's kind of like this catch and release thing going on with law enforcement, like a weird nature show, like a crocodile hunter or something. It's pretty goofy. There's a book I mentioned before called Scale by Geoffrey West. He has a TED Talk. I'm not a big fan of those, but he has a good one. Basically how like cities, as you grow them, and especially if you don't honor the stuff like I think Jane Jacobs talks about in The Life and Death of Great American Cities, should be mandatory reading for public officials like yourselves, that you create crazy. You get more innovation, but you also get more societal problems. And so that's why I mentioned preventatively, you could have better public transit, then you have less DUIs. You just showed like how all the statistics are overwhelming. I hope you appreciate I'm using less fucks per minute. If you actually do pay attention to me, I make a lot of good points. Yeah, and so these kind of policies drive people crazy, society just in general. So Sandag's interesting because they're kind of sandbagging, forcing people to do things with their policies maybe. They're Trying to Kill Us is a good documentary I've mentioned before about how we're feeding people poorly, and actually diet reflects mental health. So look into that if you give a shit. DUIs and transit, as I mentioned earlier, we should maybe have a sober subsidy for like Uber, Lyft, and taxis in the evenings if people want to drink, if you're not going to have public transit work. And then it also isn't accessible for everybody. And let's see, yeah, you guys talk about race all the time, so are you guys racist? I think that's interesting. American Drug War, great documentary by Kevin Booth. He was friends with Bill Hicks, one of my favorite comedians. Yeah, so you show how like mental health and drugs, 1/3 and 2/5, like respectively, of the people that you deal with have those issues. And if you're not actually addressing those, and then those also affect the emergency rooms. I've heard up to 2/3 of people that go into the emergency room. So if you care about healthcare workers, you should care about this and law enforcement.
Thank you. We'll now hear from those who requested to speak by phone. When it's your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted. You'll hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'd remind callers that they should mute their TV or live stream before they begin speaking. Provided that they've called in, we'll begin with our first caller.
Truth. The staff said social determinants of health. No such thing. Your body, your health. Take responsibility. This item once again references the supervisor's plan to reduce San Diego County jail populations permanently. And now with a plan, 20% more people in state hospital institutions, quote, whose criminal behavior is due to untreated mental illness, end quote. Is that to suggest that it wasn't their choice to commit their crime, but that something was instead wrong with their brain? It's almost like going back to the eugenics era, inspired by Charles Darwin and promoted by his son Leonard, where the exact same argument was used, that some people are born prone to criminality. and that there were too many people in the jails, so they all needed to be thrown into institutions. California actually performed the most sterilizations on people. From 1909 to 1940, there were over 14,000 forced sterilizations on men and women labeled insane or feeble-minded in state-run institutions, as tabled by the eugenics organization, the Human Betterment Foundation. What happened in California's past really isn't too much different from today, as they're still experimenting on people via psychotropic drugs. It's very interesting that the equity impact statement says that in 2021, Black Americans compose 20% of the average jail population, and that this contract will increase the capacity of the county's behavioral health court diversion program by 20%. Are those 20% a coincidence or a targeted demographic for mental institutional incarceration, just like eugenics?
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon, Chairman Fletcher and our wonderful Board of Supervisors. My name is Sandy Muskowski. I was formerly district in Supervisor Fletcher's district. I currently reside in Supervisor Vargas' district. I cannot thank you enough for this effort that you are putting forth today. I have lived experience in homelessness. I currently work with Lived Experience Advisors, HEAL Network, and Run California, and I'm so grateful for this effort that you're presenting to provide alternatives to incarceration. Thank you for recognizing how inequities in poverty, mental health conditions, and substance use conditions affect individuals that enter our criminal justice system, and we have options for better alternatives for that system and to provide alternative solutions. And I'm so grateful that you have brought this forward and are bringing these efforts to our county. Thank you again.
Thank you. We'll now hear from our next caller.
Robert, great detailed analysis. We all understand from this data that going soft on crime emboldens and enables the hardened criminals to perform more hardened criminal behavior. This data shows no community benefit to releasing hardened criminals from jails. By all means, provide the mental health services, and such, but stop the catch and release program. A society that doesn't honor God and family becomes a sick society. We're reaping that selfish, lawless society you've created.
We'll now hear from the final caller.
Hi, Supervisors. Paul again. Item 22, an initiative to examine how we're treating our jail population is capable of producing good results. One good result is here, providing more funds for mental health services. Unfortunately, the initiative is data-driven. Data-driven is a buzzword meaning that human input, emotion, or feeling is unnecessary. For example, say there was a supervisor's race between Smith and Jones. 49% prefer Smith, 51% prefer Jones. How many people would have actually chosen a blind monkey? How many actually care? The answer requires context, maybe interviews, but more than just numbers. You probably wasted a lot of money on this data-driven part, by the way. It's interesting that this data-driven approach so far seems to have produced only one recommendation: to increase funding for pretrial felony mental health diversion program, which is a good thing. Another thing, Until Sandag takes appropriate disciplinary action in response to the misuse of funds, personal items, and so on, reported by its own internal auditor, I do not think the Board of Supervisors should have any dealings with it. Of course, we'll probably never know if they've taken appropriate disciplinary action, but it would be nice to know. Thank you for your attention.
Chair Fletcher, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. We'll go to Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Thank you so much. This is what I just had a couple follow-up questions. First was just wanted to get a better sense of how it's going, working with the Citizens Advisory Committee and kind of trying to combine the quantitative research with the more qualitative consultations with the community.
So we have our second meeting this week, and we are trying to figure out, one of the things we want to talk about on the agenda is we've been doing it virtually because we want to make sure that public can participate and watch the dialogue, but we want to make sure that those 14 individuals feel like a group, that their voice is heard. Some of the feedback we've gotten from one of the members is a little bit of frustration that this was so prescriptive, what we're doing here, and a lot of ideas for other studies. So we're trying to make sure that that ability, that everybody who shares comments with us, whether it's on the advisory group, with the community forums we're going to be having, anybody can share comments on our study website. That's going to get back to you. We want to do qualitative data analysis on it to be able to interweave it with the data that we're finding. So as we're getting more of this data, we're sharing it with the advisory group. When we get these community surveys, I'm excited. We have 1,600, and I'm hoping that we're thinking about keeping that going another week or two. Further out, being able to tie the results together, because we want to make sure that everything that we're putting out there is based on data, not just conjecture or beliefs that somebody may have that isn't backed up by the data, but that also that we do add that human story and human side to it. I got an email from one of the residents in Southeast San Diego asking for a link to the survey, and it just touched my heart. It was, I want to make life better for my son. I want to share my feedback. So that's why I really do think that having those two parts together really makes us not just data-driven, but also puts the voices behind the data also.
Yeah, so you've only had one meeting, though, as the advisory committee.
So we formed the advisory group. People applied in March. We just got this grant going right in February, just as a reminder. So the timeline, we had people select. There were 88 applications. We had 7 people donate their time to review all those to make sure we had a diverse group. We had an orientation with them once we notified them in April, and we had our first meeting in April, and now it's May, and we're having our second meeting. We were aiming to have monthly meetings.
I mean, it's great. I'm really excited about that, and I think this group that I've seen has been selected, I think has a lot of insights, and to the extent that you can have additional briefings and one-on-ones and really give, those individuals an opportunity to review the findings and provide, iterative feedback on next steps, I think would add a lot of value because they're bringing a lot of experience that I think is really helpful. And I, for one, would be very interested, as survey responses come back. I mean, one research question always leads to another, right? So, compiling those recommendations from that advisory body as well as the surveys and coming back with some recommendations regarding additional research that, obviously the charge here was to come back with policy recommendations, which of course is our first priority. But I think second to that would be if there are, coherent ideas on additional research that, seems feasible and useful, I think that would be great. And, I think we have made a big commitment here to being more and more research-driven. And so I think knowing some of those directions and not just shelving them would be great, super helpful. We could build on it. I guess I kind of wanted to next just look at the takeaway slides. Maybe we could put this back up. While we're looking for those, are there any, not the recommendations, but the takeaways? Yeah, okay, perfect. I think what I found really interesting here, and so looking at the data, the 2 in 5 bookings include an alcohol or other drug-related charge, and 1 in 3 report some mental health issues. So I think clearly that points in some directions in terms of services that really connects with what we've been talking about with our crisis stabilization units, as well as substance abuse treatment on the front end. But I'm wondering if there's takeaways regarding bookings, like booking criteria that are correlated with these kinds of characteristics of individuals who are being incarcerated that might inform booking practices for the DA and for our Superior Court judges, right? Because, I mean, there's 2 pieces of this. One is like, what are the services that we need to build out? But the other is, how might we need to think differently about what kind of facilities individuals are taken to, depending on what the charges are.
So for additional analysis, I plan to work with my staff on looking at, we showed what the most common charges are, and that just wasn't the highest, looking at what their other charge types were. And we also, as part of the second research question, one of the questions was what happens to individuals who weren't incarcerated and their ongoing contact with the system. So we are going to be looking at data from ARGIS that has field interviews and other types of contact information. And we're trying to delve into that to figure out what's the best way to select individuals by potentially the penal code that they had contact with, looking at dissidents, looking at time that went between different types of offenses. Was there any escalation of offenses? And I think that there's just a lot of opportunity to, I feel personally that there's been with the data, we've stopped maybe some of the recycling of people through the system. There's still people who are coming in, but it's how do you get people to engage in those treatment services? We were the Prop 47 evaluator also, and it's challenging. It's having the services out there, but it's continuing making it available to them, and how do you increase those engagement rates and those completion rates, which is part of the, it's not just having the services, how do you get people into the services?
Exactly. I mean, I think that's the major point I'm making, right, which is that there's the takeaways in terms of addressing underlying needs and expanding the programs, which we have a lot of work to do on that front. I think we are beginning that work, but also, what do we need to do to ensure that folks are actually taking advantage of the services instead of just being, booked into our jails. So I think that, to me, those are 2 interrelated questions, but not the same question. And there's different actors involved in kind of pulling those levers. So I think it would be really helpful to be able to be clear that we were looking at recommendations on both sides of that. And I think the other thing I thought was really interesting here was this finding that most individuals are in jail for less than 3 days, and we know how expensive and challenging it is to sort of book folks in and then they're recycled out. What if any are some of those best practices and programs that you've been looking at it kind of in lieu of that?
Well, so that's what we want to do a deeper dive on, and that's what's coming in the coming months. I know looking at these sobering centers and trying to open them up around the county, and I'm not familiar if there's been data looking at the outcomes with those, of what the ongoing contact with the system would be for individuals who are taken to those versus the jails, but I think that would be part of a next research step, is to be able to understand what happens to those individuals. I made a note to myself here too. I've heard about like what time are people released from jail, and there's so many opportunities to engage with individuals and try to keep that door open. And so how do we keep doing that in creative ways, again, in the most cost-effective way that we potentially can? And the cost analysis is part of our later study that's coming down the line.
That's great. I think I'm very, very interested in that. And also, in addition to the sobering centers, is there additional work we should be looking at with probation in terms of alternative sentences that are not incarceration?
So that was one of the things that we looked at, because the proportion of individuals booked into jail for a probation violation was the same amount, and we had evaluated AB 109 when it came around, and that was one of the things we want to keep talking with the working group as well as the advisory group. Is there's been different points of view about like flash incarceration and taking people out of the community to what's the best use of community supervision, supporting individuals, holding people accountable for orders of the court, but also how do we do that in a way that facilitates their successful reentry and addressing those underlying needs. So that's something that we're going to be working on too.
And just this is for actually all of you, Andrea as well, but what, if anything, have been the greatest challenges that you've encountered so far? And particularly the kind of challenges we could be helpful with, but really any challenges?
You know, this is just a big project in a short time frame, so we're trying to do our best due diligence to make sure that that anything we put out there, we're taking this very seriously, that we want to put data out that we're considering how valid, how reliable it is, making sure that we're doing it in a way with due diligence, that we're answering the research questions that are there. So I think it's just it's making sure that we're doing all that. But other than that, it's just doing real world research. We're not in an ivory tower. We're not randomly assigning people the conditions. You know, for some of the data that we couldn't answer, we're trying to figure out the best sources of that information. So it's not, again, due to any lack of cooperation. It's just that, you know, a booking clerk putting somebody in isn't thinking, oh, I'm going to go validate that home address and see if it's right because I know they're going to be mapping it later. So it's just doing that. But everyone's been great to work with. The community members have been amazing, and the stakeholders as well. So as somebody who's been doing research in the county for a long time, we're excited to see this commitment to data and looking at things in the best way we can.
Well, I'm really excited. I'm particularly interested in the work that you're doing to interweave the qualitative and the quantitative, because they're both really important sources of information, and come back with some policy recommendations that are applicable, not just for health and human services in terms of what kind of services we should be expanding, but also for our public safety group, in terms of like where we even would want to be taking people. You know, you're looking at data, 25% of the people being booked are homeless. I mean, we've got to have a better plan here. So thank you so much. I'm just very impressed and really excited about the work.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
All
Sorry.
right,
Thank you,
that's a
Chair
motion.
Fletcher.
I'm happy to second. Supervisor Desmond.
You know, I forgot what I was going to ask, so we're good. Thank you.
All right. Motion by Supervisor Wasserstreamer, seconded by myself. Please vote.
Chair Fletcher, that motion passes with all supervisors who are present voting aye.
We are going to break until 2 p.m. for lunch. We will reconvene at 2 p.m. sharp. Thanks, everyone.